Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
This February, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Sometimes weather and body pain can slow you down, but don't let the pain stop you. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief, so you can keep moving. Use as directed.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU basketball faces South Dakota with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover.
Chicken fingers behind the glass, Drew Spivak. And Cecil, I don't know how much you got to experience it yesterday, man, but it was a fun day of Olympic coverage yesterday, specifically in hockey. And once again, as has been the case for the entirety of the Olympics, the Colorado Avalanche are just putting on a show on the world stage. You had Arturi Lehkonen scoring a game-winning goal yesterday to keep Finland alive. Marty Necas, sorry, I lost. See, that's where I want to start today. I'm a little frustrated because do you remember how much trouble we had deciding how to pronounce Marty Necas' name when he first came here?
I remember when Alexander Georgiev came in and we all had to learn how to say Georgiev. So, yes, I remember
and then
that.
we didn't because we just called him Forgiev and it was very accurate and you never really had to worry about it.
It was 1,000% on the money.
So I had heard when he got traded here or signed here, I know it was a trade. When he got traded here as a part of the Mikko deal, I scoured the internet, because I make the promos, right? So I'm like, I got to get this right.
Want a big voice guy to say.
Big voice guy's got to say it right.
Marty Necas.
Yeah, exactly. Which you would be stunned how easy that is to happen phonetically. So I'm scouring Carolina Hurricanes broadcasts, and listening to interviews.
What do they say?
It's Necas,
Necas.
Right? And I'm thinking, okay, that's it. But then I hear on the team broadcast for the Avs, sometimes they say Necas, sometimes they say Necas.
Yeah.
I hear nationally there's conflicting things, and I'm starting to have like Batty Bidet, Okuebunam.
Okay.
I'm starting to have all these flashbacks. OJ Medea.
Yeah.
Right?
Okuebunam might have been the toughest one we've ever had to pronounce.
Well.
And it was Okuebunam.
It was tough until someone just said, this is how you freaking say it.
Yeah, Drew Lock did.
Yeah.
Drew Lock said Okuebunam.
And him. Like, they did, like, the draft was like, Albert Okuebunam. You know what I mean? Missouri. Like, he said it.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing, though, is I never really got Marty Necas to say it until this Olympics.
Yes.
When that was when we got Gabriel Landeskog, right? So Gabriel Landeskog, right? Like, and all these guys, Arturi Lehkonen, right? They say it in their, like, natural accents and dialects. And Marty Necas said his name, and for the first time I was like, son of a you-know-what. I was wrong this whole time. Marty Necas.
Marty Necas.
But Marty Necas had a chance to put Team Canada away in the quarterfinals. He got stoned by Jordan Binnington, so Marty Party ends early, but 3 quarterfinal games going to overtime in the Olympics.
Right.
I thought it was awesome, man, including Team USA doing something that they hadn't done since 1960 in the Olympics, which is beating Sweden.
Yes, and that's been 60 years, right, since they beat them. So there you go.
I just said since 1960, but when you say it's been 60 years. Since, somehow that feels like there's more gravity behind it. And Cecil, it almost looked like it wasn't going to happen again.
Oh, yeah.
They get that goal with under 2 minutes left, and once it went to overtime, which, by the way, I don't know how you feel about it. I'm kind of sick of 3-on-3 overtime hockey in general, whether it's Olympics or NHL. I just think it's kind of an abomination. It's not real hockey. You know what I mean?
You change the game. Once you get to overtime, you change the game.
I say the same thing about...
If the Buffalo Bills were in the NHL, the rules would already have been changed because they would have not liked the outcome of some game and they would have changed the rules.
Roger Goodell would never have allowed this to happen.
Exactly.
But I say the same thing about soccer, right? When it goes to... You play this whole 90-minute, soccer match, and then if it goes to extra time and it's still a tie, you go to penalty kicks, which is not soccer. It's not. I don't necessarily think that you can just say, hey, we're going to keep playing 5-on-5 because it may just go on forever. But part of me is like, who cares, dude? This is what you signed up for. All the pride of playing for your country.
Do you have an inner soccer hooligan that's just wanting to come out and be like, I'll watch 8 hours worth of soccer for one match?
I'll tell you what, when you're looking at the games we got yesterday, whether it was Canada, Czechia, Finland, and Switzerland, or Team USA and Sweden, I would have watched more 5-on-5 in that situation.
Yeah.
Those were really good, tight, back-and-forth games.
Really tight, back-and-forth games, and, well, now, Gabe Landeskog, you get some rest. That was my main concern, my main worry in this entire time of like, okay, the Olympics are here, the Avs are superstars. This only, by the way, their scoring in bunches only puts more pressure on them when they start playing again. Like, you'd better get back to being that wagon because y'all fell asleep a little bit on the Zamboni before the Olympic break. You're all thinking about Italy. Well, what are you thinking about now? It better be Lord Stanley's Cup, and we already know you all are great, so go out there and be dominant. But now, Gabe was my biggest fear. Like, Gabe missing time, come back for the Olympics. Now,
and he looked pretty good for the most part. Now,
he did.
He had a rough back end of that game against Team USA. He had a bad shift in the overtime period that helped set up the game-winning goal for Team USA. But I found myself, this is another interesting thing. I want to see if maybe you were on a similar wavelength. You were obviously pulling for Team USA yesterday, right?
Of course. I don't have much good to say about Canada or pretty much anyone else except for Team USA.
Sure. I was too, obviously, to the point where I was like, hey, screw you, Gabe Landeskog. You're Sweden right now. I don't care. Like, I want to win.
Right.
Go Kachuk brothers. Go Quinn Hughes. I'm all about it, right? But I didn't feel that way, and I'm pretty sure you didn't either when the Olympics were in the summer version, and it was Team USA basketball versus Serbia.
Oh, yes, the big controversy.
So I flirted
Actually, no, it's Team USA for me all the way. I don't care if Nikola Jokic is on Serbia or not.
See, I wasn't, and this is where I flirted with treason.
You're a traitor.
This is where I flirted with treason.
Yeah.
Because I find Team USA so unlikable. I found them so unlikable in this last Olympics, mainly because I am just so anti-LeBron James. And I admit it. I admit a personal bias. I'm so not a LeBron James guy.
Right.
Joey and Drew and I and Amanda and everybody else has been arguing about it in the hallway because Joey's just adamant.
I just walked in and Joey's talking about the GOAT conversation. I'm like, dude, that's
Kareem
so
Abdul-Jabbar played against plumbers and firemen, says Joey Freeberg. Not Bill Russell, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Right.
But anyways, we'll talk more about maybe Joey a little
it's
bit
Team
later.
USA all the way. I don't care who's on the other team. I don't care if it's Nikola Jokic.
I was kind of hoping Team Serbia would have pulled off the upset for Jokic. It would have been fun. But I was not feeling that way yesterday, and I found that interesting. I'm like, man, what changed? Because I love
It's because you hate LeBron. That's
why.
why.
It is. There's nobody on any of these other teams for Finland or Sweden or Canada even, as star-studded as they are with McDavid and Crosby and all that stuff. There's nobody that's as unlikable for me as LeBron James, and so I just feel like that helps me maintain my true nationalism.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you to turn in your driver's license because you were a traitor if you're rooting for Team Serbia. I don't know, I'm just thinking of like, what could you possibly give me that would show that your patriotism is done.
I can see responses already rolling in on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043.
Who's this commie, Richie Carney?
It's maybe that's a bad way to start off Tribe Roll Call.
Yeah, exactly.
Is, am I a traitor?
Yeah.
But while you're telling me whether or not I'm a traitor on the RamosLaw.com text line, make sure you tell us who you are, where you are, what you're doing for
and
a
take
buck.
it easy on my man, Richie. He does arts and crafts projects.
Oh,
he's
the
part
YouTube
of the bro
chat.
code.
If there's ever a chat to turn on me, it's the YouTube chat at
YouTube would
DenverSports
do
1043
almost
on
immediately.
YouTube.
So I'm just glad we know how to pronounce Marty Netches because you say potato, I say
I'm gonna
potato as well.
I feel like I'm going to keep saying Natchez.
Who says potato? That's all I want to know.
Right.
Who says
when,
potato?
When was the last time in nature you saw someone refer to it as tomato or potato? Like
Never.
not even in
Never.
a rhyming song.
Never.
You know what I mean? No. All right. Well, coming up next, we got more Avalanche conversation to have and maybe how their performance on the Olympic stage is setting the tone for the back half of their season. But in the meantime, the Denver Nuggets are back in action against the Clippers. And what should their number one priority be going forward? Cecil and I will get into that coming up next.
Should the Broncos be aggressive in the tight end market again this offseason?
I think there's some opportunities out there to kind of fix that issue. If the draft is in a place where you're like, hey, I'm comfortable going up and getting Sadiq and moving up 10 spots. Like, if you're not comfortable doing that, then I think there's free agents available that would fit the bill.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Winter isn't over just yet. In Colorado, your furnace has one job: to keep you warm. If it's been a while since your last tune-up, you're rolling the dice. Stoke here. ROX Rocks Heating and Air is local and honest. Get your furnace tuned up before the cold settles back in for only $39. Call ROX Rocks Heating and Air today or schedule online. Keep your home warm, keep your family safe, but only with ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here. Denver is Truck Month only at Bozarth Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, where every new and pre-owned truck comes with a spray-in bed liner included. That's right, every new truck, every bed protected. Plus, take advantage of deeply incentivized programs on all the new and pre-owned trucks, including the new Silverado and Colorado, with offers designed for their customers to take advantage of. Work harder, play harder, drive smarter. Only at Bozarth Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, your trusted partner in automotive.
For 100 days, I'm going to cross the 7 continents because the answers to everything important are out there at the edges of our world. I'm stepping into the unknown. Where are we going? To see our planet as it's never been seen before. From pole to pole.
Pole to Pole with Will Smith from National Geographic. Now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Show me the way.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
You an Ed Sheeran guy, Cecil Lammy?
I saw Ed Sheeran at Red Rocks in the front row, one of the best shows I've ever seen.
Really?
Just a little guy by himself, and I'm standing as close as you and I are.
Wow. I saw Ed Sheeran when he was at Empower Field a handful of years ago, and that was when he was doing
Was it front row?
Well, it was on the floor.
Okay.
I was like maybe 15 rows back.
Yeah.
But I didn't buy floor tickets. I think the statute of limitations has passed on this, so I'm comfortable admitting it.
Okay, you snuck down?
I did.
Okay.
So that tour, and I think this is probably a common thing with Ed Sheeran, he was doing 2 shows per stop. He was doing a stadium show at every stop, and he was doing a smaller acoustic performance at like a theater, like the Paramount or the Ogden. I think it was at the Paramount here in Denver.
Okay.
And the smaller, more intimate acoustic performance, like Taylor Swift level ticket prices, like several $1,000s to see him. But the stadium show, which I expected to also be very expensive, I got 6 tickets for me and my friends for $120.
What?
Total.
Whoa.
I paid $20 or $25 a ticket to get into Ed Sheeran. Now we were like, Khalid was opening for him at the time, and we were like way up in the nosebleeds, right? 500 level, whatever. And
just started walking down.
I took a date, and then a couple of my friends who brought their +1, so it was like the 6 of us. And just like every summer concert at Empower Field, lightning delay. It rained.
Of course,
and there was lightning.
yes.
So the opener got thrown out. He got taken off the stage.
They kicked him out of Colorado.
Yep. They said boot.
He was rooting for Serbia. That's why they booted him.
He was. And there's already people on the text line being like, seek help. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Watch behind enemy lines to get your priorities straight, blah, blah, blah. So during the lightning delay, I started noticing that the people who were checking wristbands on the floor were not paying attention. And you could just go in and out because there's nothing you can do. You can go to the concourse, you can go to the bathroom, whatever.
Right.
So I just told my friends, I'm like, hey, let's just try something here. Just trust me. And we walked down, and I was like, it's like the whole like, hey, look like you're where you're supposed to be. Don't make eye contact and move with purpose.
Right.
And we literally just walked right in, and we had to stay down on the floor in the rain for about 25 minutes. But I got to watch Ed Sheeran from 15 rows out on the floor for $20.
Yeah.
And it was, to your point, one of the best shows I've ever seen.
He
What
puts
he's able
on a
to do
great
with
show.
that pedal board, whatever they call it,
Right.
synthesizer, I don't know. But to create each of those different instrumental portions, I just thought was awesome.
Yeah, it was fantastic when I saw him there as well. And, well, I paid for front row, so.
Joke's on you, Cecil.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, the Denver Nuggets are back in action. They have the LA Clippers on deck.
Again.
Yep.
Every time you turn around, they're playing the Clippers.
Well, it's better than the Kings. Remember that in the beginning of the season where they played the Kings like 4 times in 20 games?
They're done playing the Kings, right?
I think
Please
so.
tell me
Yes,
they don't have any more games
because they had
against
that
the
game
Kings?
added because of the move game. But
Sure.
yes, I think we are done.
But it's
seeing
Clippers again.
The Sacramento Kings, who, by the way, are just like, we talk about injury problems and things in Denver, which is true, man. The Kings were already really bad, and now it's like Sabonis is gone, Levine is gone, and anyways, they're in much worse shape. But I digress. I'm less interested right now in the nitty-gritty particulars of this game against the Clippers and what they're going to do or maybe look like as they try to get back on track down the backstretch of the season.
Kawhi's going to be a problem without Payton Watson or Aaron Gordon.
Correct.
Kawhi's going to be a big problem.
What would you say should be, if you're looking at it from a macro perspective, Cecil, the number one priority for the Denver Nuggets down the backstretch of this season, post-All-Star break, as they get ready for a playoff push?
They've got to stop turning the ball over. And by they, I mean Nikola Jokic. Like, have fewer turnovers than you did before the All-Star break. I know you're just coming back. Give big fella some time to work his way in. Cut down our turnovers. And do not have defensive collapses late in the game. You know, in basketball, it's a game of runs. So for 3 quarters, you're just like, okay, they're up, they're down, they're up, they're down. 10-point swing here and there. That's just the game of basketball. When it comes to the fourth quarter, those clutch moments that we normally were used to the Denver Nuggets winning in almost all of those moments. Now they're, less than 500 in clutch games?
And the year they won the title, it was, I heard Zach Bye and Phil talking about this yesterday with Jake Shapiro. That year they won the title, it was like, hey, if you're playing the Nuggets and you're even, you're going to lose.
Right.
Because in the final 5 minutes of halves and games, they were so technically proficient and efficient with the basketball in crunch and clutch time situations that not only did you know they were going to come through, but the other team knew it too. They could start to feel it slip away, and then it snowballs in a negative way.
And do you have that feeling now?
No, they have lost that core part of their identity during the championship season. And I think that's a tough thing to just say, hey, well, they've got to tighten it up and get it back. Because I think there's a psyche element to that's been broken. And I don't think you can just say, hey, well, if we just try harder on defense, it'll come back.
And
I don't think that's
has it been broken? It's been broken because they're clogging up the passing lanes for Nikola Jokic. Like, they're playing big fella differently than they used to, and it causes less of the two-man game, less of the give and go that we've seen with the Denver Nuggets to get them a championship just a few years ago. So now, cut down on the turnovers, play better defense late. Those are the two biggest emphases besides just getting healthy. It's not as simple as get healthy and this team is going to take down OKC. No. We used to think that, but we've seen too many problems this year to say they just need to be healthy to take down OKC. You need to be healthy, and you need to start cleaning up these problems that you've had, specifically those defensive collapses late.
When I'm looking at bigger picture categories, right? You mentioned health. That's a big one. That's one that we've been kind of pulling
That's the biggest
string
one.
on all season because of the unfortunate injury situations that have unfolded. I am so far past the concept of the importance of seeding when it comes to the playoffs for the Nuggets because I just don't think they have the luxury, unfortunately, to really put that as a point of emphasis given everything else that they're trying to juggle. I think a big one that's now coming into factor, especially with what we've seen post Nikola Jokic return, is chemistry. I just don't think these guys, and especially a lot of the key members of the starting lineup, have had enough time to really gel.
They've had hardly any time.
Play together. I think they've played 10 games as a starting 5 this entire season when you're talking about full health together. And that's just not a lot. And so if you're looking at like a best case scenario now where come playoff time, the Denver Nuggets starting 5 has played maybe best case scenario like 20-ish games together.
Yeah, it should be about 20.
That's not good. That's 20%, 25% of a season. And that to me sets off some alarm bells of like, this is going to matter in the playoffs. When you're playing the same team 4 to 7 times in a row, that chemistry, that familiarity, that continuity, and that fluidity is what you're going to rely on. And the Denver Nuggets just haven't had an opportunity to really gel that with all of these players that they brought in, including Cam Johnson, who had a slow start.
It's mainly Cam Johnson who needs that chemistry adjustment because before his injury, he was just starting to fit in. Cam Johnson seems very awkward out there at times. And by times, I mean most of this season when he's played, he seems like he's the new guy trying to fit in instead of just fitting in. And he's such an upgrade over MPJ, but the Nuggets and Nuggets Nation need him to play at his best, which means go ahead and move without the ball. Don't just stand there in the corner like your predecessor did. Make sure that you're moving. Make sure that you're ready to shoot when the big fella finds you because he's going to find you. So with chemistry, it's, yes, everybody together. But for me, it's chemistry plus, Cam Johnson, you better fit in. Because he's the one. Christian already knows. Chemistry's there. He's just got to be healthy. Got to be right. AG already knows. Got to be healthy. Got to be right. Big fella, Jamal. Yes, got to be healthy. Got to be right. But the chemistry is mainly Cam Johnson. Fit in, dude. You're here for a reason.
And I know we talk a lot about the defense, which the Nuggets have kind of backslid into like a bottom third defensive rating type of team, which is unfortunate. But I also think it's there's more nuance to it, in my opinion, Cecil, than just to say, oh, well, they don't play defense because they're so used to scoring so much, which they did that during the title run. They were just kind of like, it was similar to the Avalanche during their title run. They were so dominant offensively and so efficient with the basketball in a scoring setting that they could afford to give up a possession here or there because they knew they could turn it on in crunch time.
But are they trying to redo something that the best time has passed you by?
No.
Spivak asked the question the other day, are they trying a formula or trying to get back to a formula that won't work now? The West is different. They're different. The chemistry's different.
All of those things are true. But what I think, if I was going to ultimately boil it down to one thing, I think the Nuggets are allowing themselves to become victims of a force of circumstance. I think they are kind of, for lack of a better term or metaphorically, throwing their hands up to a certain degree on the defensive side of the ball because of the health issues that they've had. Everybody knows excuse. It is an excuse, and I think they're allowing it to be so. There's probably some credence to the argument that says, hey, I can understand how you might reach that headspace mentally. But let's also be honest and say the Denver Nuggets, just like every other team in the NBA, just watch what the Oklahoma City Thunder did during their title run season, which is beat the hell out of people on defense and get away with hard fouling and things that other NBA teams typically aren't allowed to do. How did they do that? They established an identity early and often throughout the course of the regular season to where down the backstretch of the season post-All-Star break and most importantly in the playoffs, they were allowed to do that because of the human subjectivity with the NBA officials. And that's a successful arrow in their quiver. The Nuggets, like a lot of NBA teams, I think in response this season, are probably in a perfect world saying, hey, we need to do that. We need to establish a more physical brand identity of basketball early in the season. But you know what that takes? Depth. Because that takes...
And physicality.
I know, but with physicality comes the risk of the accepted risk
injuries.
And we're going to foul a lot early on.
Yeah.
We're going to foul a lot, and we're going to get a lot of calls early on, but it's going to diminish and get lower throughout the course of the season. That's what happened with Oklahoma City, and that's why they get away with the grifting style of basketball that they play now, which drives me nuts. The Nuggets were never able to do that because right out of the starting blocks, they dealt with injury concerns. They've played 15 games, I believe, at full health from starters and depth, and they went 12-3 in those games and had all of us going, oh my God, title team. This is for sure. They did it. Ben Tenzer, Jonathan Wallace, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
But when you're as injured and banged up as the Nuggets have been, you can't afford to have guys fouling a lot because you need bodies on the court. And unless you're going to be comfortable, if you're David Adelman and company, throwing Zeke Naji and formerly Tyson Hunter Tyson out there in critical situations during the bulk of the season, you can't do that. Spencer Jones coming on in the explosive offensive fashion that he was able to early on and now has been converted to a regular NBA contract at this point in the season. He wasn't going to be able to have all that offensive success if he's not on the court because of foul trouble. And the same goes for Jokic when he was healthy, when all those other guys were hurt, Jamal Murray, etc. They needed guys to be on the court, and they couldn't establish that physicality because of how hurt they were. And I think that's why, in part, they've kind of just resigned to the fact of like, hey, we're not going to be able to play the brand of defense that we quote-unquote need to or want to because of the things that have happened to us.
If that's true, then alarm bells should be ringing for Nuggets fans. Alarm bells should be ringing.
They are for me. They are for me. Are they ringing for you?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. We'll get there, though.
All right, coming up next at 10:30 every morning, you know the drill. We go over the names we like for Bo's board. Who should the Broncos have their eyes on to help Bo Nix next season? Cecil will share his latest name coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
I lost 60 pounds with SodaWeightLoss.com, and it happened faster and more naturally than I expected. The real secret? Real food, real results, and a real nutritionist to help me along the way. And that kind of personalized support makes the whole process feel easy. And again, it's real food. There's no mystery pills, mystery injections, no mystery chemicals that you're putting in your body. You're eating right. You're getting coached right to eat right, knowing how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. That's why I joined Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Lost 60 pounds a few years ago, never going back, baby. And right now, the best deal of the year. Join SodaWeightLoss.com today. and your partner joins for free. That's 2 people, 1 price, 2 transformations. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. That's 1-866-800-SODA. Online, it's sodaweightloss.com. If you want results you can see and feel with a nutritionist, you can text anytime. Go to sodaweightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is state of the art.
You really are amazing. My name is Glenn Jamron. I'm chairman of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. You've told us how some people get mad at you for following your own pathway in life. You've said they judge you. Know this. Each of us is entitled to our own opinion. Why? Because we're all different. The pathways you choose in life are your own. It's your life, no one else's. And that's okay. Nobody likes to feel judged. No one likes to have others mad at them. But the key to navigating judgmentalism is to check things out, make your decision, and then commit to being true to yourself. Let others say and feel what they wish. They have that right, and you have the right, the obligation, to follow your own heart. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado, and you.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
This February, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Dental phobia? Consider Sedation Dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, ColoradoSedation.com.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Now, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment when the kid starts believing, hey, I could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something super important. That's your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kid's ordering online or streaming highlight reels, your Xfinity internet price won't change. It will not budge. And who knows, by the time the next Winter Olympics roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 10 years. That's a $10.99 value each month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-paid with stored bank account. Taxes, fees, extras. Actual speeds may vary.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU basketball faces South Dakota with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Each and every day means it's time for the latest edition of Bo's Board. Richie Carney sitting in for Josh Dover alongside Cecil Lammy. And Cease, we are pretty well into this Bo's Board concept now. And we've gone over a ton of very unique, interesting, and potentially really impactful names to help out our guy, Bo Chapman-Nix.
Yes, it
coming
started
into
as my favorites. Like, I want to talk about some of my favorites that are available in free agency. We mainly do free agents, although there's some trade scenarios to talk about. There's some cuts that may be coming up that could be of interest on Bo's board. And also, there's some of my favorite rookies. Plus, I like throwing in thought experiments. There are players that we've talked about along the way, like, let's say, an Alec Pierce. I don't think Alec Pierce, even though as great as he is and as many dollars as he's going to make, I don't think that's a fit with the Denver Broncos, but I want the thought experiment out there because you hear a lot about that. That's why I had Austin Eckler on the list a little over a week ago of like, hey, let's just think about it. I know it's not, maybe the greatest name and he's what's left in the tank for a guy like Eckler, but it's a thought experiment. So every day, Bo's board is like, okay, here's a name, sometimes my favorite, like today, one of my favorites, and then other times it's like, well, let's just think about it. What should the Broncos be looking at when it comes to helping Bo, Chapman, Nix?
And I think the best part about this thought experiment, thought exercise, as you just articulated it is, there's so many different ways you can go with this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, tight end position. I bet you David Njoku or Kyle Pitts could create some interesting looks, or they could end up looking like Evan Ingram 2.0 or Noah Fant when he was here. Is it a running back situation? And if it's running back, what type of running back? A Breece Hall, replace everything kind of guy, a complimentary piece, a Tyler Algier, maybe like a Mike Washington from Arkansas. But today, you already kind of teased it up, is one of your favorite potential additions that the Denver Broncos could make. He is the subject of today's Bo's board, and he is...
From the 30-yard line, Singleton with running room. And then he turns on the Jets past the 50-yard line. Stays in bounds. They will not catch him. Singleton all the way for a 70-yard touchdown.
Nicholas Singleton.
Yes.
The running back from Penn State.
Did you hear that 70-yard touchdown?
I did hear that.
At 220 pounds. 70-yard touchdown. This kid can fly. At 220. Can fly. Was going to test around 4.340. Was. And I mentioned that because he got hurt at the Senior Bowl. He broke his foot. He had foot surgery. And I know people are saying, well, why do you want a guy with foot injuries? Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but when they both came out of college, Eric Decker and Demaryius Thomas had foot problems.
Correct.
And
Bo Nix has foot problems, and I sure want him.
Yeah, and we want that guy. So if Nicholas Singleton can give you sort of a deal or a discount, because he's going to fall. He may not be there by the time this team picks at 60. And maybe at 30, it's a little bit too high for basically the Nittany Lions' second runner, right, as he was in that committee with Katron Allen. But Allen getting over the 1,000 yards, still you're talking about a guy who played for Penn State this entire time, didn't have to bounce around, still had 549 yards behind Katron Allen this year, and is a guy that has that speed at 220 pounds. Decent enough receiver out of the backfield, but that's not what I'm talking about. With him, I'm talking about his blend of power and speed. A lot of power guys, let's say, for example, a Tyler Algier. Mm-hmm. Tyler Algier would be a great free agent pickup. Nice power, not a lot of speed. Power guys don't normally have 4.3 speed.
I don't think we talk about enough how much the conversation around Tyler Algier's career, or the trajectory, not to go down a Tyler Algier rabbit hole here because we'll focus on Nicholas Singleton.
Right.
But how much the conversation around Tyler Algier changed because Bijan Robinson exists. Tyler Algier was on pace to be a stud running back at the NFL level and a focal point in that Falcons offense. And then they just happened to fall upon one of the best running backs, dual threats in the National Football League in Bijan.
And I know that Katron Allen's going to get a lot of love in the NFL, but Nicholas Singleton is a guy that's incredibly talented as well. And if I look at it and I go, okay, he's a kick returner, he's got speed, he's got rushing ability, and he's got power to his game. There's another thing I like about him as well. The tread on his tires is going to be a little bit lower than other college backs. Now, he wasn't a complete backup the entire time. What do you have, 2,000-yard seasons? Mm-hmm. And his first season for the Nittany Lions was a 1,000-yard season. So this is a guy that's proven production, and then they got Katron Allen, who is a better rusher, and that's what they went with. But I want to go back to a few backups that people forget were backups. Do y'all remember Priest Holmes?
I do.
He was a backup to Ricky Williams at Texas. Like, that's one of those situations where, like, he was the guy coming up. Remember all those Miami backs, including Willis McGahee, Clinton Portis, all the names that we kept going through? Oh, well, he was just the backup. He just had to wait his time behind Willis McGahee, behind Frank Gore, that type of thing. So when I look at this, I love these type of stories because it's like, you're the man, and then they recruit someone else who takes your job, but you're still the man. You still have tendencies to be the man. So I'm just going to tell everybody 6 feet, 224 pounds, and a 4.3 40-yard dash.
I'll tell you what, I'll just say right off the rip, I'm not intimidated by or turned off by a timeshare running back coming out of college.
Isn't that what they all are?
Especially, again, as the game of college football kind of modernizes and you have teams building their rosters in different ways. You look at the last significant timeshare to come out of the NFL draft. I think both those running backs are doing pretty good. One plays for the Cleveland Browns, the other plays for the New England Patriots.
Well, and in fact, one of my pro comps for Nicholas Singleton is Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah.
So if you missed out on Judkins and you liked what he saw and you liked what you saw and what he did with the Browns.
I'm raising my hand as I am one of them.
I'm another one of them. You can kind of repeat that now and get Singleton.
It's so funny you say that because when I was reading up on this guy a little bit in preparation for this segment, he kind of, based on the way people are describing him with his pros and cons, his traits, his running style, etc., he kind of reminds me of a stylistic and physical blend of Quinshon and Travion. He's got the explosive big play potential that was so tantalizing about Travion Henderson, plus the return capability and all of that. But he's 20 pounds heavier than Travion Henderson, which puts him as physically a Quinshon Judkins. So you're kind of, again, in a hypothetical world where we get to make things look however they want, in a perfect world, you're kind of getting a blend of two top-tier, on the rise NFL running backs coming out of last year's draft.
You have a screensaver on your computer?
I do.
So my screensaver at home is a highlight reel of my favorite backs in this class, including a Mike Washington, including a Jonah Coleman, including now a Nicholas Singleton as well. So it just plays and plays and plays. So wherever I'm at, home office, I can look over, I can see some of these plays. From a guy like Singleton, it's exciting football. It's big play football. And Kevin Kistner always wants weapons. So when I suggest the name Nicholas Singleton, Kevin, you look at him, every day I approach Bo's board, I'm like, what's Kev going to say? Because I know what you want. I think I just filled your checklist, man.
I want him.
Okay.
One thing when I was watching all the highlights is if you get to the second level, he's gone. There's no stopping him once he gets past the line of scrimmage. That second level to get past the linebackers and safeties, you're not catching this guy. I mean, he is so fast, and it shows up on film. He's had 12 touchdowns in 3 of the 4 years at Penn State.
Yeah.
That's so many touchdowns.
As I was digging around on Nicholas Singleton, there's one word that kept popping up in relation to him when they're describing his game, his running style, that was just over and over and over again. It was like beating me over the head with it. And unironically, I think it's the number one thing you could argue that this Broncos offense needs. And the word that they use to describe Nicholas Singleton, explosive. This Broncos offense had such a clear need and lack of explosive playmakers and, by extension, explosive play capability.
Sure.
They didn't have a home run hitter. He profiles as a home run hitter. And for me, another added layer to that was just like I kept getting beaten over the head with that one specific word of draft analysts and scouts describing him that way. Do you know which team kept popping up as a perfect fit or potential suitor that makes sense for the services of Nicholas Singleton?
Kansas City Chiefs.
The Kansas City frickin' Chiefs.
Yep.
And if it's good, and this is kind of like when you start talking to a girl and you realize that, like, an NBA player might be sliding into her DMs. If the Kansas City Chiefs, who have had a dynastic run in the NFL for the better part of the last decade, have fallen off the mountaintop that is the AFC West and the NFL playoff landscape, and they have a clear need for explosive playmakers as they continue to rebuild their offense. If it's good enough for an organization and an offensive mind of the Kansas City Chiefs, it damn sure better be good enough for the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton.
Yeah, and the big playability is 1,000% there. And doesn't this help Bo Nix be better? If you have a guy that you can just toss the ball to and you got a 70-yard touchdown?
A couple years ago, my boo was Bo Nix. Last year, my boo was, oh my God, I forgot my boo because he went to North Carolina now. He went to the Chargers.
Omarion Hampton.
Omarion Hampton.
Yeah.
So far, this might be my
boo tendency.
This might be boo number 3.0.
Whoa, boo tendencies.
Cue the usher, right?
Okay, yeah, they're falling in love. We're making love today.
Well, Cecil is apparently.
We're creating love, should I say.
We're creating love for Kevin and Nicholas Singleton.
Right.
Well, Kev, whatever you can do to help us woo Nicholas Singleton away from the likes of the division rival Kansas City Chiefs and keep them down on the mat a little bit further, I'm certainly on board with, and I will wingman you in whatever way is necessary.
I'm just glad that I could be the one to introduce Kev.
You want me to kidnap him?
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Cecil gets to take credit for the budding relationship and the love that is to come.
Yeah.
I just want to be invited to the love ceremony. That's all I'll say. All right.
I think in football and in life, we all take a little pride when it's like, I introduced those two.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah, I introduced those two. I introduced Nicholas Singleton and Kevin Kistner.
The love story you didn't know you needed.
Love is blind.
Apparently so. All right, coming up next, the Colorado Avalanche have been putting on a show in front of the entire world, which may be a blessing and a curse. I'll explain coming up next.
The champ! Are you ready? Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at denversports.com/superfan. That's denversports.com/superfan.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. Ben Franklin here to talk to you about your water heater. A water heater is a vital part of your home's plumbing. When it doesn't work, it can really freeze up your routine. Call the pros at Benjamin Franklin Plumbing about water heater options for your home. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com or call 877-BEN-1776 to request an appointment. Call for details. Independently owned and operated, licensed in their respective state or county.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Power outages are happening more often and lasting longer than ever before. A backup generator is a very smart move, but gas generators, they're loud, heavy, and emit harmful exhaust. The Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator from My Patriot Supply is different. It's portable, silent, and safe to use indoors. And when you order a Grid Doctor 3300 from MyPatriotSupply.com, they'll include over $800 in preparedness supplies absolutely free. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com now and get prepared. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here. Denver is Truck Month only at Bozarth Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, where every new and pre-owned truck comes with a spray-in bed liner included. That's right, every new truck, every bed protected. Plus, take advantage of deeply incentivized programs on all the new and pre-owned trucks, including the new Silverado and Colorado, with offers designed for their customers to take advantage of. Work harder, play harder, drive smarter. Only at Bozarth Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, your trusted partner in automotive.
I'm Rob Wilhite.
A car accident can change everything in a moment. For almost 50 years, my firm has gone up against insurers and won over $1 billion for our clients. If you were hit, don't wait. Evidence fades, witnesses disappear, and the insurance companies know that. We move fast, you should too. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or go to willheightwins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or willheightwins.com. We're here for Coloradans when it matters most. The Willhite Law Firm, Colorado Strong. willheightwins.com.
Taco Bell's new Luxe Value Menu has 10 lavish indulgences, including the new mini taco salad, all for $3 or less at participating Taco Bell stores while supplies last. Price and participation vary. Tax extra.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3.
Talk about somebody that just fell off the face of the earth. MIA. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Have you heard her comments about Jay-Z and Beyonce?
Flying like paper, getting high like planes.
Have you heard her comments about Jay-Z and Beyonce? Because you want to know why she fell off the face of the earth?
I was gonna say I haven't, but I bet I can figure out why.
You look into her comments about that. She's a great artist. That was a fun song, and then she disappeared. So she's still kicking it. She's still around, but there's some industry stuff.
Well, regardless,
and I'll have to leave that alone.
Regardless of what happens from here on out, we'll always have paper planes, and for that, I am thankful. Cecil, the Colorado Avalanche, as I mentioned.
I wonder if the guy who came up with the line "one-hit wonder" had more than just that saying, or was he in fact a one-hit wonder?
The one-hit wonder creator
was the creator,
indeed a one-hit wonder.
Whoever first said one-hit wonder, did you have any other sayings, or was that your only one?
Wow, that feels
Did I just blow your mind?
I was gonna say that feels like a pass the you-know-what type of thought. Like, bro, what do you mean?
A one-hit wonder was a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, it's like Inception in my brain going on right now. I don't even know how to segue that into the Colorado Avalanche, who are not a one-hit wonder.
Inception, well, we live in a reality where the Avs are a wagon.
Yes,
See, there you go.
Yeah.
You think Inception-like.
Is the top still spinning?
It's not a dream.
Avalanche.
It's not a dream. This team is real. They are a wagon. They need to get back to their wagon tendencies, and that's where we hope the Olympics propel them.
They've been putting on a show, man. It feels like no matter what game you tune into when you're talking about men's hockey, and we'll have plenty of love for the women's Team USA hockey team that's taken on Canada in the gold medal match in like 10, 15 minutes from right now. So plenty of love to them who are, you don't talk about wagons. I think they have a 31-1 goal differential in the Olympics. They've outscored their opponents in Olympic play 31-1. But if we're going to focus on the men for right now, every time you turn on a game, there's a member of the Colorado Avalanche scoring. And a lot of it is happening on the power play, which just adds another little knife twist to what we saw leading up to this season. And I'm starting to have questions about what the overwhelming success of the members of the Colorado Avalanche who are playing for their countries right now is going to do for their NHL backstretch that will begin here in the coming weeks. For some, it's already beginning. As we mentioned earlier in the show, Marty Necas and Team Czechia sent home early. Gabe Landeskog now, Team Sweden, sent home early in the quarterfinals. Marty Necas had the opportunity to send Canada home in the quarterfinals and let them go home without a medal, despite all that star power, and he just got stoned by Colorado's least favorite goalie, Jordan Binnington, and that ruined it. But the opportunity was there, and they took Canada with all that firepower, including McKinnon and Makar and Devon Taves, to overtime. You had Arturi Lehkonen playing hero for Finland, a game winner. Not Mikko Rantanen, by the way. Arturi Lehkonen playing the hero, scoring the game-winning goal to keep Finland alive and advancing into the semifinal round. Nathan McKinnon scoring on the power play multiple times for Team Canada. Cale Makar looking like the best version of himself. Joel Kiviranta performing well. It doesn't even have to be like the big stars. I mean, you've got like the majority of your top six, and it would be your entire top six if Russia wasn't in timeout because Valeri Nichushkin would be an Olympian.
Right.
And then even some depth players on your third line and beyond kind of contributing in that way. Cecil, how in your mind is the success of the Colorado Avalanche in the Olympics going to impact your expectations and perception of them once the Olympic break is over?
Well, once the Olympic break is over, they need to be as sharp as possible right now. Right now. We're going to watch Nuggets and Clippers tonight, right? And we're going to be like, hey, what are they going to look like? We're curious. They got to be healthy. With the Avs playing like this and everybody shining and starring in the Olympics, what, were you sandbagging before? Like, were you just taking some time off? You're totally distracted by Italy. We knew that. That's why you fell apart. The power play story is something that needs to be fixed. Y'all can do it in the Olympics. Y'all can do it for your home country teams.
Why do you think that is, by the way? Why do you think there's just been such a stark, because it was immediate.
Here's what the power play problems are. Overpassing, no confidence, no seam passes, and predictable entries. That's exactly what they're doing right now. And McKinnon forcing the bumper play too often. It's something that we see time and time again. They're trying to be perfect on the power play. I'm going to sound like the golf tournament guy is like, it's in the hole. Like, you got to shoot it. You get on power play, you got to shoot it. And too many times it's like, try to get the perfect pass, try to get the perfect spot. Sometimes it's as simple as run your play and shoot the dang thing.
Shoot or shoot. And the Avalanche specifically with their power play. The Colorado Avalanche, Cecil, basically have an Olympic team on their...
There's too much talent on this power play to have it struggle and be as historically bad as it is.
Because that's the thing. It's not just bad. It is historically bad. And that is a problem that will likely catch up to them despite all the talent they have on the roster, despite the momentum that they built up going into the Olympic break. It is something that's very likely to catch up with them the way that it did against the Dallas Stars, who were outplayed by the Colorado Avalanche in that first-round series last postseason, but were nails on special teams.
Right.
And that ultimately ends up being the difference. That's how a team can get outplayed for an average of 2 and change periods a game and still win 4 games out of 7. And it did obviously take 7. And I don't think it's as easy, because I've seen that narrative thrown out there before that, well, gosh, I mean, anybody could score. Look at Team Canada's power play. Anybody would be able to score efficiently with that. And you know what? I'll give some credence to the argument that when you've got maybe the greatest power play lineup in NHL history, in Olympic history, on Team Canada right now, with Sidney Crosby, top 10 and not 10 player of all time, Connor McDavid and Nathan McKinnon, the two modern-day GOAT candidates that are going back and forth in today's NHL. Macklin Celebrini, the future face, a lot of people think, of the National Hockey League at just 19 years old, plus Cale Makar running points the way he does for the Avs. So when you've got that kind of firepower on your power play 1 lineup, I can understand being like, well, if the Avs had that, they probably would be better. But again,
the Avs have a really good power play.
They have a power play full of Olympians already.
The power play,
and so it doesn't give an excuse for me in totality. But I do think there is something interesting about these players individually going to play for their own countries, getting out of the ball arena bubble and their own kind of internal environment. And suddenly all that power play anxiety or that cloud that's over their head, the weight that's on their shoulders is gone. And they're all performing individually. It'd be one thing if it was just Team Canada, but it's not. Gabe Landeskog was scoring power play goals. Lehkonen, Netschis.
So do you know what that means, right? It means this is mental. You got into the Nuggets heads a little bit earlier that we got to get back to, because if what you say is true, then we've got some deeper issues with the Denver Nuggets. But isn't this mental on the power play? The physical skill is there. The coaching is whatever. Nathan McKinnon runs the power play, but Cale Makar has no confidence in his shot. That doesn't threaten anybody right now. And with McKinnon trying to force bumper play too often to get in the perfect spot, like sometimes it's not going to be perfect, and you still got to go out there and perform, score, push that puck into the net.
Here's the last thing I'll say to put a bow on this conversation, and it was what I kind of teased into going into the break. I have been thrilled to watch the tantalizing hockey that the Colorado Avalanche have displayed individually, a part of all of their individual national teams on the Olympic stage. I think it's a blessing in a sense of it's a clear reminder that these guys are dogs and that the Colorado Avalanche have a President's Trophy contending team, a Stanley Cup final contending team, and they can do it this year. But it's a curse because watching them do it and the consistency and the frequency with which they've done it has now even further entrenched me into the idea that anything, and I mean anything, short of a dominant postseason run that ends with raising Lord Stanley's Cup on that ice is an absolute failure for this Avalanche team. And if they fall short of that stage again, I don't care if it's in the Western Conference Final, in the second round, in the Stanley Cup Final itself, changes are going to have to be made, and probably changes of a significant nature that are going to make a lot of people here in the Mile High City a little bit uncomfortable.
Yep.
Coming up next, is there an up-and-coming Denver Bronco that needs a change of scenery next season? Some people seem to think so. We'll see if Cecil Lammey is one of those people coming up next.
Who should the Broncos target to help fortify their linebacker room?
Devin Lloyd, inside linebacker, Jacksonville. Guy is 27 years old, just entering his prime. First-round pick, 2022. The guy's a playmaker. We need inside linebacker help. This is a guy that you could build around for the next 5 or 6 years and finally maybe have that position solved.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
This February, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Let me ask you something. Is your money doing everything it can for you?
I don't know. How would I know?
Is it automatically saving for special events and keeping you posted on its progress? Like at Huntington Bank?
Oh, no.
Is it tracking your spending so you can make the best choices at the mall?
Nope.
Or setting limits on your teenager's debit card?
Definitely not.
Then it could certainly be doing more.
Yeah, sure sounds like it.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet plus Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. For a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like payroll manager.
Hi, my last paycheck was all in Icelandic krona.
You are welcome.
Welcome?
Given the exchange rate between the dollar and the krona, you're technically a millionaire now. Don't spend it all in one place.
I can't really spend it anywhere.
There's always Iceland.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Okay, does this happen to anybody else? You sit down with a juicy QPC, some McNuggets, and those golden fries from McDonald's. Then you take a long sip of your Sprite because you can still hear your mama saying, "Don't fill up on that drink before you eat your food." But you're grown now, so you do what you want.
Share and share alike with the 20-piece McNuggets from McDonald's for just $6. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
What's going on, everybody? After that romantic Valentine's, I know there's a bunch of you guys out there who are thinking about popping that question here soon. Am I right? Well, let me save you some time and money by telling you something as simple as this. Whether you're starting your next chapter with your perfect diamond engagement ring, or celebrating a new milestone, or finally just doing something special for yourself for once, this is where it all begins. Imagine the finest jewelry legends all in one store together, making you feel just like family, and their surface is going to reflect that. So come shop the finest Zeus diamonds in Denver. They have every size, shape, and price range you can imagine, and the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever set eyes on. And not only are they going to share the secrets of the business with you, they're going to give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why wouldn't you want to create moments of memories for yourself and the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood and Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Philip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU basketball faces South Dakota with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and
Asked a question that's been posed by some in the national media about a Denver Broncos player that may need a fresh start. And while I want to get your response to that, I think there's no better person to ask in this moment in time about that than our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss, presented by Fitness Gallery. Mike, there's some buzz and some chatter going on in the ESPN sports sphere that says that if there's a Denver Broncos player who needs a quote-unquote fresh start, it's depth outside linebacker Jonah Ellis, with the argument being that maybe he has outgrown his role here in Denver, and while there may be some other exoduses on defense, that he could be a player that could benefit and look to find a suitor elsewhere to continue his NFL career. Is there any smoke to that fire?
No. I mean, you don't give up a good player like that. He's kind of in the same position Shaq Barrett was back in 2015. If you remember, Elway almost traded Shaq Barrett to the Cleveland Browns for left tackle Joe Thomas, and they couldn't agree on the draft pick.
Yep, remember that.
Cleveland wanted, after the first round pick, they wanted a second rounder. I think Elway was going to give up a first and a fourth for Shaq Barrett, and they couldn't come to terms. And Shaq was basically a backup for 4 years, and goes to Tampa Bay in his first year. He leads the league in sacks, and they wind up winning a Super Bowl with him. So, but I think you want depth at that position. The way they play, the way the Broncos play it. Benito only plays 60% of the snaps. I say only, but they want to keep them fresh. And I think Jonathan Cooper plays a little bit more, 65 to 70%, because he's a little more stout on the edge against the run. Jonah Ellis, I agree. I think he is a starter. He's starter caliber. Sometimes I wonder if, like the rest of the Ellis brothers, he should be moved inside, because they have an abundance, on the outside, and they always seem to be thin on the inside. But I think that's been talked about, but they haven't pulled the trigger on that, and they'll probably keep them on the outside. But I kind of disagree with that. I think you developed them for 2 years, you got them for 2 more years on the cheap. You want to keep them. You want to keep them around as part of that rotation.
Mike, would there be any, rumblings or leanings towards Riley Moss? potentially being a trade candidate? Because we're at that point of the year where, national writers are saying Jonah Ellis, and I agree with you that, it's not going to be Jonah Ellis. Riley Moss is an interesting conversation, though, in terms of okay, would they be willing to move him? Is that even, something that's relatable or something that you could possibly see happening this offseason?
No. First of all, it's one of those things you never have enough corners, especially outside corners.
Agreed.
If Jaquan McMillan or Jahdae Barron showed that they were strong on the outside, maybe you would entertain that. But the Broncos, I know the fans are kind of mixed on Riley Moss because of the pass interference.
Right.
The Broncos have never been mixed on him. They like him. They almost love him. They want him to have better technique at the ball. He's not a guy that's burnt. He's never toasted. It's this technique at the ball that gets him in trouble with the flags. But I think they'll keep him. And I've seen all those speculations out there, guys, and that's just what they are. They're speculations. It's a dead period in the NFL. They're throwing all kinds of trade possibilities.
Right.
I don't see Riley getting moved, primarily because Jaquan and Barron are both nickels, and so maybe because you have Barron, you might entertain. And this is me speculating. You might entertain trading McMillan, but just because you got a solid number one pick behind him going into his second year. But I don't think they're going to do that either. Cornerback is one of those things where, you trade one away, you get the other corner gets his bell rung first game of the season, and all of a sudden you don't have any corners. So that's one position you got to be real careful about giving away.
We're chatting with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Mike, I got one more question for you here quickly because we're up against it. I think offensively, as we head into free agency and draft season here shortly, some of the positions of need or areas to address on offense feel similar to what we experienced last year when you're talking about the running back room, the tight end room. When it comes to the running back room, Mike, do you expect the Broncos to approach that position this offseason in a manner that says, hey, RJ Harvey is our incumbent starter, and we now need to find a complementary Robin to the new Batman here in Denver? Or could they be aggressive enough to a degree that says, hey, if we've got a Breece Hall out there, if we've got a Kenneth Walker type player out there that's available in a tag and trade potential scenario or whatever it looks like, that we may just need to find a new Batman and allow RJ Harvey to be the complementary piece that he seemed to thrive in prior to J.K. Dobbins going down?
Yeah, I don't think you do a tag and trade. That's never good value with Kenneth Walker. If he's not tagged, yeah, maybe. But I see a Batman at least at first. You try to get a Batman. You try to get that lead guy, and Dobbins isn't out of the picture yet. If he doesn't ask for the moon on a 1-year deal, you maybe bring him back. But you still need another one. And yeah, I think Harvey is best as a 1B. But they do need a lead back, whether that's free agency or the draft. There's a couple good ones in the draft that you can get, but I think that's definitely one position where Harvey is not the starter. He's almost a starter. He can be 12 carries a game, but they need a guy with 15 carries a game. And we'll see how they wind up with that.
I love it, Mike. Thank you so much. We appreciate everything you got going on for us as our 9 News Broncos insider, and we'll keep an eye on everything you're reporting out of Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, in what is going to be a pretty pivotal offseason. Have a good rest of your day, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that is our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss, presented by Fitness Gallery. They sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Coming up next, one of Denver's proudest sons is celebrating a birthday today, and we need to put together a gift list. Cecil and I will do that coming up next.
Should the Broncos consider trading one of their starters on defense?
To me, there's two guys for one spot. One guy you took with the 83rd pick in the NFL draft, one guy you took with the 20th pick. Plus, Moss is getting ready to get paid. Barron, you got a ways to go until you have to pay him. I think it's simple. Riley Moss needs to be dealt this offseason.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Progressive Insurance knows pets, and one of the biggest differences between people and pets is that we don't eat things off the floor. But dogs definitely will, and it makes them so happy, no matter what it looks like, smells like, or what state of decomposition it's in. We all want to go through life that carefree, and that's also why you should get Progressive Pet Insurance, because they eat things off the floor. So protect your pet from all the questionable life decisions they make. You know where they drink from when you're gone, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plates, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. And I've learned to grind through injuries and keep moving forward. But now that grind is becoming a breakdown. If you're ignoring joint pain, you're just waiting for a surgery you don't want. At Regenerex, they use your body's own biology, like stem cells, PRP, shockwave therapy, to repair the damage and get you back in the game. They focus on regenerating the joints, not just masking the symptoms. So you need to give my guys over at Regenerex a call today and schedule a free consultation. The number is 303-630-9770 or visit regenerex.co.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs. Because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Still haven't filed your taxes? Hey, you're not the only one. A lot of good people fall behind. But here's the thing. The longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties stack up. Interest piles on. The letters get more aggressive. None of it magically disappears. It's why I always tell folks, call my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions. These are not generalists. They don't dabble in tax problems. They live in this world. Resolving IRS issues is all they do. Maybe you're 1 year behind. Maybe you're 10. Maybe you've got unfiled returns, wage garnishments, bank levies, or you're just losing sleep wondering what the IRS is going to do next. Their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, talk to the IRS for you, stop the stress, and start putting a real plan in place. And listen, waiting never makes it better. Every day you delay is another day the IRS gets to tighten the screws. One quick call to Advanced Tax Solutions, that could be the start of a quick resolution. So take control of your tax situation before the IRS does. Reach out to Advanced Tax Solutions today and breathe again.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
One of Denver's proudest sons is celebrating a very metal birthday today.
I like it.
And I think, Cecil, we need to put together a gift list. Richie Carney sitting in for Josh Dover alongside Cecil Lammy here on Dover.
Gift list?
And Cecil. Do you know whose birthday it is today?
Whose birthday is it today?
Nikola Jokic turns 31 years old today. He is back from his injury. The NBA All-Star break is over. They get back in action again tonight against the Clippers. We had the conversation earlier in the show about what should be their number one point of emphasis, they being the Denver Nuggets, going forward. And I think this is maybe another interesting way to spin that conversation, Cecil. If you could give Nikola Jokic one thing for his birthday, and I want to throw it out there to the tribe as well on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043,
okay,
or on our YouTube chat at DenverSports 1043. If you could give the Joker one thing for his birthday, what would it be?
What would it be? Something that he wants or that we want?
Could be either one, right? That's the beauty of being a gift giver. Is that you have the subjectivity to be like, hey, I am getting you this because I think you'll really like it.
Right.
Or I'm getting you this because I think it's really cool and I want to share it with you. So maybe it's selfish.
I would get him a horse ranch in Colorado somewhere so he would stay. Or at least, spend part of the year here, right?
Part of the year when he's not obligated to during the season, right? So you're talking about his off season.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. What would be the biggest benefit of the Joker staying stateside and specifically here in Colorado during the off season?
Can train at altitude, right? Can get up there and do that Rocky IV thing where he's got the big log on his back going through the snow. Exactly. You would lose. Exactly. So there you go. I think something like that. If we're
interesting.
Going big picture,
outside the box,
I go big picture. Get him what he likes. He loves horses, so I get him a horse ranch in Colorado so that he can stay and train. Still go home. Still love home. Still have your horses at home. But you can have some horses here too.
From outside the box, Cecil Lammy, to the man in the box, chicken fingers, Kevin Kistner. Kevin, if you could give Nikola Jokic one thing for his birthday, what would it be?
How about a healthy Valanciunas come playoff time?
Okay, a little depth, back up big to give the Joker some rest, I would imagine.
That's something the Nuggets have really been missing the last couple of years, is that backup big. You got a really, really, really good one. Let's keep him healthy. Let's keep everyone healthy, but especially Valanciunas.
Well, that was going to be, you and I are on a similar wavelength. Different player, same concept. I would give Nikola Jokic the healthy Aaron Gordon that we got at the start of the season. The guy that dropped a 50-burger right off the bat.
That might be the best thing you could give him.
Aaron Gordon and Payton Watson are the two clear defensive stalwarts on this Nuggets team for a team that's not playing good defense right now. And if they're going to have any hope of playing better defense, establishing a little bit more physicality, especially on the perimeter, but even down low as well, because both those guys have the size to be able to switch and guard every position on the court, I would give Nikola Jokic the Aaron Gordon that was healthy and on fire at the start of the season before the hamstring injuries just kind of spiraled out of control again the way they did on the back half of last year, because I think that, to me, could be the fulcrum or the key in whether or not the Nuggets can go the distance in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, and that's probably the greatest thing for all of us, including Nikola Jokic, is to go be another champion, a champion again. So I went with the fun stuff that he loves. You went with stuff that'll help you and him.
Practical versus, fun, imaginative, right?
Mystery,
Because I'll tell you what, if they get a healthy Aaron Gordon back that looks like he did, if my birthday wish and gift comes true for Nikola Jokic, and they have that, and they go on and win another title, bring home a second Larry O'Brien trophy to the Mile High City, he may just get a horse farm built for him here. You may get your gift without having to actually give it. So I think that if we're talking about this Nugget squad, and again, prioritizing their needs, goals, areas of improvement or emphasis down the back half of the season now that we are post-All-Star break, health is obviously a big, easy buzzword one, and it's very valid as to the reasons why. But defensive intensity and improvement on the other end of the court, even if they are fully healthy, if they're fully healthy and don't play better defense, I still think they're going to struggle to get to where ultimately I think they can go. And kind of leads into the other in my mind, Cecil, because I think the fact that they haven't been healthy is a factor into why they are not playing good defense. I think that the fact that they've been so banged up, basically from Jump Street.
Then why are they being allowed to do that?
That is a question potentially for David Adelman.
You mentioned this earlier about like, hey, mentally they're just so worried about the injuries and they don't close out on defense. I hear what you're saying, but you're either being coached to do it or you're being allowed to do it, and David Adelman will not coach them to do this because they don't play defense.
Worried is a word maybe you could use to describe it. I think they're almost in a survival mode with it, because when you're looking at the injury report for these Nuggets games, and it's 4 or 5 players long as it's been throughout the course of the season, they played the Sixers without not only a single member of their starting 5, but their 2 key reserves in Timmy Hardaway and Jonas Valanciunas.
Right.
So you're missing your 7 top players in your rotation, and they found a way to win that game. I think when they're looking at, from an internal perspective, the amount of injuries that have piled up over the course of the first 2/3 or so of this season, there could just be an element of keep your head above water and survive in advance. Like, yeah, in a perfect world, I'd love to bang around a little bit in the paint, to play a little bit more physical defense, to not get pushed around as much. But if I do that, there's a much higher probability that I'm going to get called for fouls. And that's going to prevent me from doing it consistently enough to establish an identity, and also make us further hamstrung as a team, because we only have so many healthy bodies that can be out on the court or even be in a depth capacity before we're throwing Zeke Naji out there into the starting lineup on a consistent basis. The former Hunter Tyson, prior to his departure from Denver, would have fit into that category. Julian Strawther, et cetera. So I think there could be part of the mentality of this team is like, hey, in a perfect world, we'd love to do X, Y, and Z, but we don't live in a perfect world, and we're as injured as any team in the NBA.
Yeah.
If we have to sacrifice somewhere to try to survive in advance and tread water until these guys come back, maybe we don't get to play the Oklahoma City style of physical defense that I think a lot of teams are trying to emulate after their title run.
Yeah, I don't think they can emulate that without AG and without Payton Watson. That's the thing.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Christian Brown gives you some hope in that regard, and it's been good to see
Give you
CB.
some activity.
It's been good to see CB get back into a rhythm a little bit, because clearly when he came back from his injury, he had a little bit of Riley Moss in him against the Bengals, where it's like he's back, but he doesn't look quite like himself, either offensively or defensively.
Right.
And CB is another fascinating kind of case study in this season, because he was one of the best transition scorers in the NBA during Michael Malone's tenure, during that run leading up to the title, during the title year, and then post-title year. But David Adelman kind of put the kibosh on that and said, hey, we're not going to be a run-and-gun transition team. We're going to slow it down, and we're going to be perfect in the half court, because that's where, when it comes down to postseason and clutch time execution, that's where you have to be. Well, that kind of neuters one of CB's best offensive skill sets and abilities. One of his superpowers. So there's a little bit of kryptonite by design here with the Nuggets when it comes to Christian Brown, but it's been good to see, at least especially on the defensive side of the ball, he's gotten back to being himself a little bit.
Yeah, and I think when you have that sort of effort, that can take you further. And one of the things that you've said here, I believe, rings true if we look at it from a big picture view. Can they win it all without Aaron Gordon being as close to full health as possible? I'm not saying 100%. I doubt he ever gets to be 100%. But this year, can they win it all? Can you envision it in your mind with AG like in street clothes?
No. It's an easy no for me.
Then that's the most important thing to get Nikola Jokic on his birthday.
I
Healthy
agree.
AG.
I agree. We will check in on some of your responses on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 as we continue our conversation about Denver's favorite son, Nikola Jokic, celebrating his birthday today and what he and the Nuggets might need to pick things up down the backstretch of their season. But coming up next, there's been a departure here in Broncos country that we've all kind of felt is inevitable up to this point. But is it? We'll debate that coming up next.
Should the Broncos be aggressive in the tight end market again this offseason?
I think there's some opportunities out there to kind of fix that issue if the draft is in a place where you're like, hey, I'm comfortable going up and getting Sadiq and moving up 10 spots. Like, if you're not comfortable doing that, then I think there's free agents available that would fit the bill.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Let me ask you something. Is your money doing everything it can for you?
I don't know. How would I know?
Is it automatically saving for special events and keeping you posted on its progress? Like at Huntington Bank?
Oh, no.
Is it tracking your spending so you can make the best choices at the mall?
Nope.
Or setting limits on your teenager's debit card?
Definitely not.
Then it could certainly be doing more.
Yeah, sure sounds like it.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Xfinity. Now, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment when the kid starts believing, hey, I could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something super important. That's your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So, while your kid's ordering online or streaming highlight reels, your Xfinity internet price won't change. It will not budge. And who knows, by the time the next Winter Olympics roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 10 years. That's a $10.99 value each month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions applies. Requires paperless billing and auto-paid with stored bank account. Taxes, fees, extras. Actual speeds may vary.
AutoNation's New Year, New Wheels event is going on now. Drive any new or used vehicles, 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Save thousands on your favorite cars, trucks, and SUVs. Plus, we'll buy your car for top dollar today. Don't miss 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. On select models with approved credit, interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details, subject to in-store verification.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth, and home show season in February is when homeowners make the smartest improvement decision before the demand hits. If windows are in your future, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton offers Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows built for strength, efficiency, and long-term value. And this February, you'll save 25% plus enjoy 12 months zero-interest financing. Visit windowsforyourhome.com or call them at 303-794-0490.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship, and that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Gather round year-round at the new National Western Center. Unforgettable experiences await. Visit nationalwesterncenter.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU basketball faces South Dakota with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
It's felt pretty consistently like one Denver Broncos had one foot out the door for a couple of months now.
Okay.
And some would say clearly not by anything fault of his own or anything other than just force of circumstance, the way it shakes out, Cecil. And that Denver Bronco is John Franklin Myers, the interior defensive lineman who has quietly in some ways and not so quietly in others been a very, very positive, productive component of this Broncos defense that has led the NFL in a lot of statistical categories over the last couple of seasons. And it's kind of just felt like, based on his social media commentary, based on the moves that George Payton, Sean Payton, and the Broncos front office have made, securing other members of the interior defensive line, from Zach Allen to Malcolm Roach, that, hey, you can't keep everybody, and JFM's just going to be one of those guys that's kind of left on the cutting room floor.
It's actually one of those things, whenever JFM is brought up by Broncos fans out there, I'm like, yeah, but they've already moved on, essentially, or have they?
Or have they? That is the question that was posed by one of our own at DenverSports.com, our senior Broncos writer, Andrew Mason, who said, maybe there's really a chance, basically saying, why not, to the idea of bringing John Franklin Myers back. And here's the two sides of the coin that are part of this debate. Cecil, when you're talking about why the Denver Broncos would let him walk, which I think has been the conventional wisdom up to this point, again, it has nothing to do with his proficiency or his performance on the field. He's been a stud. But they've made significant investments with three other interior defensive linemen. DJ Jones first, Zach Allen, and then Malcolm Roach.
Right.
There's only so much big money contracts that you can invest to an interior defensive lineman, or really any room in the NFL, before you start to become imbalanced on your roster and risk not having enough money to provide the depth in other areas. They already ran with 7 interior defensive linemen on their roster the last couple of years, where most teams would probably elect to go with 6. And that was a big debate during the offseason about who's going to be on the cutting room floor post-training camp.
Right.
Well, it turned out none of them. And they went to other areas.
And
to
it
do
just
that.
turned out during the regular season, Savion Jones, their rookie third-rounder from LSU, just didn't get a jersey.
Nope.
A guy that John Franklin Myers said in the locker room, hey, I'm coaching him up. I'm telling him, hey, come take my job. And he just merely couldn't, because JFM was one of the most productive defensive linemen in the entire league. When you look at the numbers Mace has for you, ranked 13 among 136 IDLs in QB hit rate per Pro Football Focus data. 11th in quarterback hit rate and 19th in pressure rate per Pro Football Focus. I mean, this guy, when he's on the field, he's creating havoc for opposing quarterbacks. I know why Broncos fans want to keep John Franklin Myers. I've just already conditioned myself. I think he's conditioned himself based on some of his comments, both, postseason locker room type of comments and also just his social networking presence. I think he's a veteran. He knows the writing's on the wall, and he knows that he's going to get paid. So probably not going to be here.
The argument on the other side of the coin that Andrew Mason brings up in his article at DenverSports.com, when it comes to why the Broncos could bring John Franklin Myers back, apart from the statistical anomaly that you just pointed out there and how highly he ranks among pressures as an interior defensive lineman, it's simple enough, Cecil, to say, why break up the band now? You got a good thing going. Keep a strength a strength. We talk about that with the defensive back room, right? When you're talking about the prospect of trading Riley Moss, I and many others, and it sounds like Kliss kind of alluded to that when we had him on early in the show, are like, hey, fans might be pissed off at Riley Moss because he draws some PI penalties, and I will admit that when Riley Moss stumbles, it's very visible. Like when he messes,
very obvious.
When he messes up, the spotlight's on him, and it's in front of the whole world to see.
Yeah,
but
it's
he also
holding number 72 all over again.
But he also does a lot, and I think maybe where it's opposite of Garrett Bowles' early holding offense number 72 days, I think he does a lot between those slip-ups or those PI calls or whatever you want to call it that just doesn't get heralded or recognized enough. I think he's a solid CB2 at the NFL level, somebody that already has maybe one of the most difficult jobs in the National Football League, which is being opposite a Defensive Player of the Year caliber candidate in Patrick Surtain.
Right.
So I am anti-trading Riley Moss because I'm not going to be sucked into the allure of, well, you got Jahdae Barron, the crystal that you didn't step over, for Omarion Hampton, waiting in the wings, and J-Mac is having a stellar couple of seasons that he's strung together, mainly this past one. Because, as Mike Kliss said earlier, you can't have enough cornerbacks. And maybe that doesn't exist with interior defensive linemen the same way it does with corners. But I do believe inherently, at least to making the argument of, if you've got something that's clearly a strength, and the Broncos have 3 of the top 15 rated interior defensive linemen in the National Football League based on Mace's Pro Football Focus metrics that he listed there, why go out of your way if it doesn't totally turn you upside down or break the bank?
Right.
To just give that away.
Well, here's the thing. Do you want to spend up on linebacker? Do you want Devin Lloyd? Do you want Nakobe Dean? Are you going to be spending more on inside linebacker? Potentially also getting rid of Dre Greenlaw. That's still on the table as well, based on his contract and just his play. And I didn't like his postseason comments of like, well, we practiced really hard here. Hey, dude, it's Sean Payton. Get used to it. I don't know. I don't even care what you did in San Francisco. You're here now. So get used to your practice style. So I get what you're saying. Keep it together, all that. You also have Bo Nix on a rookie contract. You're able to afford it.
This is the time to spend.
This is the time to keep it together. GFM is clearly worthy of keeping it together. However, if you're going to be spending up at other positions that need more help, like inside linebacker, then that's going to take you out of the market to re-sign JFM. And by the way, I know that Spot Track has his number at what, like $7.8 million, whatever the number is.
Projected to be just under $8 million a year.
I guarantee he gets more than that.
I would have said it started. I would have
10.
said it was 10. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he pushes for 10
because
this
again,
offseason.
he is a player who profiles as someone who is absolutely
And look at his numbers.
He profiles as someone who is absolutely, because of his numbers and his production, despite the fact that he's playing along kind of an all-star type of lineup in the interior defensive line room, he's going to have suitors. And it just takes one suitor to drive up whatever Spot Track says is his projected value, another 20% or so.
And here's another thing that we have to get into. You had Jim Leonard leave. He's in Buffalo now. Watch if JFM doesn't wind up in Buffalo, right? Because if
a team that's going to be doing whatever they can to put things around Josh Allen.
Sean McDermott, for many reasons, I didn't like him. But I know Bills fans didn't like the defensive performance. Josh Allen will get all the, publicity of like, it's Josh Allen's fault. No. That defense, Sean McDermott, supposedly a defensive coach, his defense fell apart.
A player who is averaging, who has the best touchdown to interception ratio in postseason NFL history, who's putting up an average of close to 30 points a game and only has the postseason record that he has because his defense gives up an average of 33 points a game in the playoffs. It ain't his fault that the Bills haven't gotten where they are.
Well, now imagine John Franklin Myers in Buffalo. Because here's another wrinkle to it. Would you pay up for JFM to prevent a conference opponent, someone that's going to be in your way? This Buffalo-Denver playoff thing, it's not over. You may have to see him again. And by the way, you may be in their building next time. No one's saying that you're going to be the number one overall seed again. No one's saying that Buffalo has to come here again. You may have to go there and face JFM unless you pay him to keep him.
Is Bo Nix versus Josh Allen the new Allen versus Mahomes? Is that the new, the two teams that are going to meet in the playoffs year after year after year? They've already done it twice in a row, and they're 1-1.
Well, I know that everyone wants Bo Nix and Drake May, fake May, to be the Brady Manning. May's got to get his team there when they face a tougher competition. Bo's already done that. Bo will continue to do that. I don't know. I can't yet say if that's the case. Allen's already there, established, probably with Joe Brady. They're a team that's more likely to go to the Super Bowl now. Denver's going to be in your way. And John Franklin Myers might be playing for the other guys next time you see him.
By the way, you asked me earlier about things that I want. Do you want to spend up at linebacker for a Nakobe Dean or the list of players?
Devin
Lloyd. Do I want to spend up at running back potentially? I want all those things. I may be the Dwight Schrute of this radio station as the number 2 behind our fearless leader, Amanda Brown. But in this regard, I'm Michael Scott. I want all of the credit and none of the consequences. I want everything that I want, and I don't want to have to worry about having to pay for it or what I have to sacrifice in order to make that happen. And
Okay.
I feel that's my stance, and I'm sticking to it.
That's your stance?
I want it all.
You want it all. Okay.
And I want it now.
And I would say
I'm J.G. Wentworth.
That's a nice idea, but what's the reality? The reality is you're not going to be able to keep everybody. You're not going to be able to keep. I know a lot of fans want Alex Singleton to stay forever and Justin Sternod to stay forever and don't dare let John Franklin Myers go. That's not how this game works. That's not how this game works. You're going to have to replace the drummer.
It is more likely. It is more likely than not. Unfortunately, Cecil, I agree with you that JFM has played his last football at least.
You're just hoping he doesn't start playing for Buffalo.
Right.
And that's a distinct
I think
possibility.
He's played his last snap of football for the Denver Broncos, more likely than not. If not, great. I think JFM would welcome staying here and keeping the band together and running it back with the guys that. And you know what I respect about JFM? As every other interior defensive lineman in that room was getting paid, he was cheerleading all of them.
Oh, yeah.
He was
big
pumped.
smile.
He wasn't. He may have come off a little cantankerous at first, talking about how, like, hey, I want to make sure that my value is acknowledged and recognized, and he posts some semi-inflammatory things on social media. But when those contracts were getting handed out and millions of dollars is flying to every other player in his room that's up for an extension besides him, he was a cheerleader for it, and he was very team first, and I really, really respected that. All right, coming up next, it is that time. It's 11:45, which means it's time to check our X. What's on my timeline, Cecil's timeline? What do you need to know ahead of your lunch break? We'll tell you coming up next.
The champ! Are you ready? Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at DenverSports.com/superfan. That's DenverSports.com/superfan.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. If you want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
You know, it's funny. All the answers to all the questions are right here in front of us. All we have to do is ask ourselves, as human beings, what we ourselves like. This is Glenn Jamrot. I'm president of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. For instance, you like it when people care about you. You like it when people listen. You like when people understand. Listening, caring, and understanding are keys to happiness. They hold the answers in all our questions. What does any of this have to do with Alpine Bank? After all, aren't all banks the same? No. At Alpine, we are human beings first and bankers second. Banking is what we do, not who we are. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
This February, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Hey, it's Philip Lindsay here. During my football career, I've seen every kind of medical tech there is. I finally stopped ignoring my joint pain, and I want to tell you guys about RegenerX. They have a blueprint to recovery that is next level. From stem cells to shockwave therapy, it's non-surgical, and there's no downtime. Don't just settle for average results with outdated equipment. Go to a clinic that's leading the way. RegenerX offers free consultations, so you need to give them a call today at 303-630-9770 today, or visit regenerx.co and let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you. Take back control of your life.
I'm Rob Wilhite. For almost 50 years, Colorado has trusted the Wilhite Law Firm after serious car accidents. With over $1 billion recovered, we know how to win for our community. Injured? Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WillHiteWins.com. That's WillHiteWins.com.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Every day at 11:45, it is time to check our
This is your favorite segment of Dover and Cecil. I know it is,
so
Richie
much
Carney.
range. It has so much range. Richie Carney sitting in for Josh Dover alongside Cecil Lammy. And Cecil, I got two things on my timeline that stuck out. They're both Olympics related. One, have you had a chance to put your eyes on, sarcastically or seriously, the Italian women's curling team?
Curling is the one, dare I say, sport in the Winter Olympics that I actually have not been dialed in with. I'm watching the luge, I'm watching speed skating, I'm watching, the you-know-what out of hockey. Anytime curling is on, I'm like, they're just swiffering in front of a weighted thing on ice or something. It's the one thing I will not watch. You cannot get me to watch curling unless
if there was ever a reason to get you to watch curling.
Okay.
Team Italy.
Is this the reason?
Is that reason? Because, Cecil, the world has come to a consensus. We barely agree on anything in this country, let alone globally, but it's pretty unanimous that the Italian women's curling team, the world is in agreement, they're hot. They're hot.
Okay.
They are kind of taking the viral internet by storm here at the Olympics. They have a beautiful trio of athletes. Really, two of the three are carrying most of the weight, if I'm just going to be honest. But here's what I will say.
Oh, my God.
Well, and you know how you know it's real? Because every single shot of them is like an intense stare, like when they're down on a knee with their arm extended.
I'm looking at some
totally focused,
stares
letting
right
it go.
now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's intimidating and alluring all at the same time. But I'll tell you this, and this is what makes it perfect. They stink. The Italian women's curling team is terrible. They're 2-6 in the Olympics, and I think they just got eliminated yesterday in their quarterfinal or whatever it was by Team Canada. I don't know exactly where they're at in their progression toward a medal round, but they're bad. They're hot, but they're bad, and I think that makes them the perfect, casual Olympic fan team to latch onto.
Right.
Okay, but hold on. They don't stink. They qualified for the Olympics, so
But on the Olympic stage, Drew, compared to other people that also qualified, they've lost 6 out of 8 tournaments.
I know, but
or matches, whatever you call it.
or games or rounds or whatever they call it. But
they've lost a lot of ends.
They
for sure.
They have lost a lot of ends.
Ends is like the innings in curling.
Yeah, it's similar.
Learned that yesterday.
Now you are right because you and I rarely agree on anything. However, you are spot on in this. I just can't get down with saying that Olympians stink because they're the best in the world.
Yes, I'm sitting here as the fat armchair observer who's watching these guys who are at the peak pinnacle of their profession and are having
that meme floating around.
Yes, and I'm for the record, I'm very in favor of them having shortages of the things they're having shortages up there because I want more Olympic type people to come into existence. But yes, I know that I'm not qualified to judge them, but I'm judging them anyways. I'll have that argument if you want. It's very valid.
I think that's a don't be that guy. Yeah, you're a don't be that guy.
Wobble with me.
Don't be that guy that says Olympic athletes are terrible.
I did it, and I'm listen.
You did it.
I gave them. It's backhanded. I said they're really attractive.
Can I give you another don't be that guy?
Sure.
To our very own Josh Dover.
Uh-oh.
Dover is, checking in on social networking. While he's on vacation.
What? That can't be a don't be that guy.
He tweeted this last night. Last night, Dover came up on my timeline, and it had some very valid question from Desire. Pretend you are 11, and this is your YouTube search bar. What are you typing in? Now, if you're old like me, when I was 11, they didn't have the internet. You're a little bit older, Richie. When you were 11, probably the internet was just kind of becoming a thing, right?
2004.
But when you're 11, are you jumping on the internet? What are you searching for?
I'm not at liberty to answer that question, Cecil. I don't know why.
Well, Dover answered it. Jennifer Lopez, Fly Girls in Living Color. So I thought that was a good answer.
Yeah.
For an 11-year-old Josh
but
Dover.
not when you're on the beach.
But at the same time, I'm like, dude, you're on the beach with your lady.
I was going to say, so I agree.
No
I
need to jump on Twitter.
I disagree with your sentence and premise that you can't check it. Like, if you're checking in with cool pictures, like, hey, look, I'm in Hawaii.
Zero.
Like that. See, I disagree with you that. But if you're just
Nobody
jumping
cares
in to
about
get
your
into
vacation
Twitter
pictures.
beefs, I don't care what other people think, though. That's the counterpoint. Is like, I don't care what you think about it.
Is that why your phone screensaver is a picture of you lifting weights?
It is. It is. Mostly because, well...
Speaking of it, don't be that guy.
Hold on, though. Hold on. If we're gonna call a spade here,
yeah.
I changed my profile or my screensaver picture on my phone was of me and another lady that's no longer in my life anymore, and I had to make a quick pivot.
It had to be you lifting weights. Can't be like my old truck. Well, what's your screensaver on your phone?
Mine are my
your
kids. Yeah,
I don't have kids.
Kevin's probably Carrie Underwood. What's your screensaver on your phone?
Bo Nix.
The real Carrie Underwood.
I'm kidding.
It's not
Bo Nix next to Keith Urban.
All right.
With Carrie Underwood in the background.
Exactly.
Are you ready for some screensaver?
All right, I'll give you another quick one before I see what's on your timeline, Cease.
Okay.
We talked about the Colorado Avalanche dominance on the Olympic stage, and we now have numbers that we can attribute to it, thanks to Twitter. At the conclusion of the Finland-Switzerland quarterfinal game, when you're talking about goals attributed to a specific team, so all the different members of all the different national teams, the Colorado Avalanche have more goals scored for their various Olympic teams than any other NHL team in the league right now. And when I tell you it's not even close, it's not even close. The collective total of goals scored in the Olympics by the Colorado Avalanche is 16, or it was at the conclusion of Finland-Sweden. The next closest is the San Jose Sharks with 8. And 5 of them came from Celebrini on Team Canada, who is like the next up-and-coming phenom in the National Hockey League. Nathan McKinnon and Connor McDavid are already saying he might be the best player in hockey right now. So if you wanted physical evidence, numerical data to back up how dominant the Colorado Avalanche have been on the Olympic stage, there you go. More than double the amount of goals scored than any other team in the NHL.
That only adds to the pressure.
It does.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
What's on your timeline, Cease?
Okay, super quick. This is also another Don't Be That Guy. I guess it's Don't Be That Guy Thursday. Hey, guy with 2 hydration packs, 2 hiking sticks, and a North Face vest. My 5-year-old daughter just walked the same trail in Crocs carrying a naked Barbie. Relax. That's from I Am Jack Boot.
Are you saying don't be that guy who carries the hydration packs and the shoes that have individual toes?
I have a cousin. I'm going to put her business in the streets.
Because I agree with that.
Sorry, Heather. She's like a serious hiker. Like, serious hiker. But I think she wears her serious hiking gear when she's doing, like, the Hogback or Waterton Canyon or
Walking
something.
around Sloan's Lake.
Going up at Red Rocks, right? It's like, okay, if you're going to be on
Walking
a 14er and you need your pack or whatever, like,
Right.
okay, I get it. And trust me, she shamed me when I climbed whatever they call Mount Evans now. It used to be Mount Evans. I don't know what it is now. Anyway, so I climbed that, but I started, because there's a spot at Mount Evans where you can park at the top. And then there's the spot where you're supposed to start, but then there's like a spot a little ways up. And because I parked at that middle spot and I didn't do the full range of however much elevation I was supposed to get, my cousin was like, yeah, you didn't climb a 14 or you didn't go up enough in elevation. I was like, easy there, Pollyanna. And so like the super serious hiker guy, it's almost like super serious bicyclist guy. Like,
oh
okay,
my God, the biggest
you're
don't
not
be that guy
sponsored.
in the world.
You're not sponsored. You don't have to wear that
Take
stuff.
off the spandex and use the dang sidewalk. I'm over it. Don't
No,
be that guy.
do not use the sidewalk.
Do not use the
actually.
sidewalk.
No, do not.
No.
Do not use the sidewalk.
Either that or get in a car. Because there's
Hey,
not
what's
enough.
wrong with riding your bike in a bike lane?
But there's not bike lanes everywhere. It's not universal.
Well, then you should be on a trail somewhere, but not on the sidewalk.
Not on the sidewalk, but on trails or in the bike lane.
If there's no bike lane, use the sidewalk.
But
Get
like,
out of the road or
super
things can happen.
serious hiker guy on non-serious hikes. Don't be that guy.
All right.
I don't think that's such a bad thing, see.
Super serious hiker guy on a regular hike.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, you're just prepared. Like, Don't you wear driving gloves to drive your Ford Focus?
What? For what, like an apocalypse? Like a mudslide? What do you mean?
You never know what you're going to encounter.
I have done that.
I know you
in
have.
a while.
I've seen you do it.
I'm glad you remember
You
that.
probably did it the day you cut me off.
That was in the Jeep,
That's
though.
true.
All right.
Same thing.
Don't Be That Guy Thursday may continue down the back stretch of the show, but coming up next, the Denver Nuggets are back in action tonight against the Clippers. What should be their priority, not just tonight against LA, but going forward now that the All-Star break is behind us? That's next.
Who should the Broncos target to help fortify their linebacker room?
Devin Lloyd, inside linebacker, Jacksonville. Guy is 27 years old, just entering his prime. First round pick, 2022. The guy's a playmaker. We need inside linebacker help. This is a guy that you could build around for the next 5 or 6 years and finally maybe have that position solved.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet plus Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. For a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here. Denver is Truck Month only at Bozarth Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, where every new and pre-owned truck comes with a spray-in bed liner included. That's right, every new truck, every bed protected. Plus, take advantage of deeply incentivized programs on all the new and pre-owned trucks, including the new Silverado and Colorado, with offers designed for their customers to take advantage of. Work harder, play harder, drive smarter. Only at Bozarth Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, your trusted partner in automotive.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Babe, your arms look amazing. Working out is paying off.
Thanks. I just wish my chest matched. No matter what I do, I'm frustrated with my man boobs.
Hey, don't beat yourself up. More than half of men have gynecomastia. It's gland tissue, not laziness. Same thing is happening to my friend Trisha's husband. He went to Dr. Cameron Dastry at Modern Surgical Arts of Denver.
For real? You get good results?
He got great results. Call him, honey.
Call today. They're offering complimentary consultations for the fan listeners. 303-470-3400 or at modernsurgicalarts.com.
Brenda Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
A careless driver caused your crash. Medical bills are piling up, and you might not be able to work. Life just got a lot more expensive, and you don't know what to do. At Berg Simpson, Your consultation is absolutely free. We'll explain your legal options at no cost to you. Help starts with a phone call to us.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU basketball faces South Dakota with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
alongside Cecil Lammy. And before we get into the Denver Nuggets, Cecil, and some of the priorities that they may have to really hone in on down the backstretch of their season leading into the playoffs, I need to call on all wrestling superfans. We have your chance here at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan to go to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. It's the Superfan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. Here's what you're going to get if you're lucky enough to win this grand prize: a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, and I think you know which event we're talking about. Round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver to Las Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and a $500 Visa gift card. For more information and to enter your name into the ring, head to denversports.com/superfan. All right, Cecil. When it comes to the Denver Nuggets, who are back in action tonight against the LA Clippers, I think there's a couple of different ways that you could approach this conversation relating to their priorities and what should be most important for them now that the All-Star break is behind us. Some of it is frankly going to apply against the Kawhi Leonard and the LA Clippers.
Oh, yeah.
But when you're looking at big areas of need or emphasis for the Nuggets, health is obviously a big one.
Yeah, number one priority is health, and they'll get healthy and they'll be enough to, 10 games where all the starters are together? 10 games, something like that?
Yeah, they played about 10 games or so, and they performed well in those games.
There's a little bit of a wrinkle, if I might throw one in, for Aaron Gordon. Are you bringing him off the bench? Do you make that decision in terms of, health, because he's going to push it when he's out there? And if he's out there as a starter with certain responsibilities, he's going to push it to the max. If you put Payton Watson in the starting lineup and you put AG coming off the bench, is that a way to maybe save him from himself, save him up for the playoffs? You said it earlier, and I agree with you. This team doesn't win another trophy without Aaron Gordon being as close to full strength as possible. If he's out there kind of 50%, 60%, give me a number and I'll agree with it. If he's not as close to full strength as possible, this team's not winning at all. You're not getting past OKC in 7. You might not even take OKC to 7 if you don't have the best possible version of Aaron Gordon that you need to get past that team specifically.
It's unequivocal for me, Cecil. The Denver Nuggets will not, because I believe they cannot, win an NBA championship this year if they don't have Aaron Gordon. And then you start to get into the conversation of, what degree of Aaron Gordon do you need?
And that's why where you come into the do you bring him off the bench conversation.
It's like Peyton Manning in the 2015 run for the Denver Broncos.
Right.
It was like, hey, if we can just get 65 or 70% Peyton Manning, that defense and this collective team is good enough to win a Super Bowl. And they did. I don't 100% know what that percentage is for Aaron Gordon, but I hesitate to say, or I'm a little bit nervous to say, it's higher than whatever the percentage would be for Peyton Manning in that Broncos scenario, because Aaron Gordon is so pivotal to this team's defensive identity and their efficiency, especially along the perimeter, because alongside Peyton Watson, those are your defensive stalwarts. CB has kind of come on in his own late prior to and leading into the All-Star break, and I think that was encouraging to see, because when he came back, he was a shell of himself in a lot of respects. I think he was still dealing with lingering, nagging effects of the injury that sidelined him for the length that it did. I agree with you 100%. When you're asking about bringing him off the bench, I think conceptually, I agree with the concept. But that means you have to be very, very confident and have a reasonable option to put in front of him to allow him to come off the bench. So my counter question to your question would be, who is that, Cecil?
Yeah.
Who are you starting over Aaron Gordon?
I'm starting Payton Watson.
Okay, who's also got to return and be healthy
Yes.
again.
But I'd imagine as a younger player, he's going to be closer to full strength than what AG as an older player is going to be. And with Payton Watson and the offensive output, the explosion that we've seen from Payton Watson when he's healthy, I like that idea of having that punch. So you're essentially just flip-flopping the two, and you're taking AG out of the starting lineup, you're putting Payton Watson into the starting lineup, and you're trying something to extend the, health status of Aaron Gordon as much as humanly possible. I think that's a key for the Denver Nuggets upon their full strength return, because health is the number one thing. There are other concerns that we're going to go over, but number one is health, and how can you kind of help that along? It's maybe looking at Aaron Gordon differently and say, and by the way, he's a team guy. He's never going to fight this. It's not like he's going to be like, I used to be a starter. No, he's going to know what he has to do and what's best for this Nuggets team, and that may be him coming off the bench.
I don't hate it, Cecil. We can debate back and forth, and there's an argument. I think reasonable minds can disagree or have a position on both sides of whether or not that's the route that they should take. It's certainly one that they could, provided that Payton Watson is healthy and available enough to be able to shoulder that burden. Because if it's not Payton Watson, I don't know that there's another answer that makes your question reasonable. Like if it's not Payton Watson who's allowing AG to come off the bench,
that's the only way. That's the only way you can do it.
With both guys sidelined due to injury and both guys needing to be as close to, if not at 100%, if Payton Watson's not the answer to that question, I don't think there is one that works for me. But we need to probably here in Nuggets Nation be honest about the fact that Aaron Gordon's soft tissue issues and specifically hamstring injuries, I think, are a part of the new reality. I don't think they're ever going to be fully in the rearview mirror. He was able to do some pretty miraculous things. He frankly saved the Nuggets from a first-round elimination against the LA Clippers, but then came back against the Oklahoma City Thunder with a grade 2 hamstring strain and helped force it to 7 games. So without Aaron Gordon having the latest tip-in in NBA postseason history, maybe even NBA history, definitely postseason, to keep the Clippers from taking a series lead and potentially putting the Nuggets on the ropes in that series, and I believe it was Game 5 that happened, a swing game there against LA. We don't even talk about the Nuggets taking the eventual champs to 7 games.
No.
And I think that while the ceiling for Aaron Gordon still, in my opinion, remains the AG that we saw at the start of this season where he dropped a 50-burger in Game 1 and looked like one of the most electric players in the NBA with his three-point shooting combined with his true shooting percentage that continues to climb year after year after year, and then the defensive components that you brought out there, that's still the Aaron Gordon that exists in the realm of possibility for this Nuggets team. But I think the hamstring and the soft tissue injuries are going to continue to take a compounding effect that is going to force David Adelman and company to consider what you brought up there.
Yeah, and David Adelman's biggest kind of coaching cue that he needs is to what does he do with Payton Watson, what does he do with Aaron Gordon when both are healthy. Adelman's decision is going to be critical for the Nuggets' success. So we'll see what he decides, because I'm not sure if that's on the table for them or if it's just everybody's healthy, we go back to the usual. But Payton Watson has been so good, that's not the usual Payton Watson. It's a Payton Watson that can maybe not drop 50, but he'd drop 30 on you, right? So I think Watson's emergence offensively, you know what you're going to get defensively, but his emergence offensively gives you the impetus to say, okay, let's look at him differently, and let's also kind of keep AG as fresh as possible, and that may be with fewer minutes.
I've been watching a lot of Suits recently, Cecil. Are you familiar with that show?
Yes.
The lawyer type of show.
Right.
So my brain, I feel like, has been hardwired after binging through 7 of the 9 seasons of this show to think in those terms of like, hey, I'm going to slide a piece of paper across the table from you, and I strongly encourage you to take it. If I was to slide a piece of paper across the table from you, Cecil Lammey, that says, you're going to get an 80% healthy Aaron Gordon come postseason time. I don't know what it's going to look like leading up to between now and the start of the postseason.
Sure.
But come April, you're going to get 80% AG for the start of a playoff run, and we'll see where it goes. Would you sign on that dotted line, or would you say, nope, I think we either need more if we're the Nuggets to go where we need to go, or I think we have a reasonable chance of getting a north of 80% healthy Aaron Gordon. Therefore, I'm not going to settle for just an 8 out of 10. What would Cecil Lammey do in that situation?
I think all of us would take 8 out of 10. All of us.
You couldn't.
You put the number too high.
You could. Well, I'm putting the number too high because on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043, that was the suggested number that says, hey, that's the drop deadline. AG needs to be 80% healthy for the Nuggets to get to where they want to go.
Okay.
And I'm using this RamosLaw.com texter, the 7210, put your name on it, we'll give you a shout out, to start that discussion of how healthy is healthy enough for Aaron Gordon. If it's 80%
healthy enough,
you couldn't uncap that pen fast enough for me to sign it, because I do think that gets the job done.
Yeah, 80's healthy enough. 75, 70.
What if I backed it down to 70? What if I backed it down to 70?
Then
guaranteed 70%, 7 out of 10 Aaron
My
Gordon.
question would be, is there another piece of paper with Payton Watson saying 100%? If you can tell me AG at 70%, Payton Watson at 100%, I sign off on that deal, but knowing that I'm going to do what I said I was going to do, and that's bench Aaron Gordon.
What if
Bring him off the bench.
What if the piece of paper says you're going to get 70% from both guys?
Well, what's the trips to Cancun look like?
Oh, no.
I'm going on Expedia.
That turns so quickly.
I'm going to check it out.
All right, when we're looking at other areas of need or emphasis, things to focus on for the Denver Nuggets down the backstretch of their season, which begins tonight, I think we're past the point where we're really worried about seeding, right, Cecil? We're not wringing our hands over.
We should be.
The Nuggets have to be. Now, they're pretty firmly entrenched in that top 3-ish right now, but anything can happen. And what we've experienced with the Western Conference as it's continued to kind of reshape and mold during the last few seasons post-Nuggets title is the gap between like 3rd or 4th and 8th or 9th is very shallow or can be very, very razor margin thin. I'm kind of over the seeding discussion. I think the Denver Broncos, the Denver Nuggets have to kind of just concede to a certain degree that the postseason bracket's going to fall out how it may, and we need to just live under the mentality of we're going to play who's in front of us. We're going to do our best to keep this thing patched together.
There's a real easy way to look at this. I mean, super easy. Don't make it complicated, baby.
Okay.
Do you know all you do? We said earlier, you have to have Aaron Gordon to win a championship, right? Okay, we agree on that. Everybody should agree on that. Can't you say the same thing in this? You have to go through Oklahoma City eventually.
Right.
Right?
Second round, Western Conference
Second
final,
round,
whatever.
Western Conference final.
Hopefully not first round. That would suck.
They're there. They're going to be there. So if your path to another Larry O'Brien trophy includes you have to take down OKC, I think mentally you should just be prepared for that and don't do the Michael Malone, like, let's lose here so we can adjust this. And, like, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
And lose to the Dame Lillard and Portland Trailblazers in 7 games.
Right.
With the lineup or with the path that you orchestrated.
Yes.
And got taken to 7 games by a young Derek White and the San Antonio Spurs.
Right.
So you picked your path. That is, I think, one of the bigger blunders when you look back on some of the Michael Malone era decisions and things like that. Tanking the backstretch of a season, tanking is maybe too strong of a word because of teams in the NBA that are actually tanking, like actively.
Yes.
But intentionally sliding to play seeding games, to play San Antonio in the first round because you were so confident in being able to beat Portland in the second round, getting taken to 7 games in round 1 by a young Spurs team, and then getting taken to 7 games and losing to the Portland Trailblazers, that to me, that was a tough one to swallow. Dame time definitely came in the worst possible fashion.
So don't try to finagle the system. Don't tempt the basketball gods because they will not be kind to you. Go out there and win as much as possible, and wherever you face OKC, you know you're going to face them. So just know you have to be prepared. Now, it should be in the Western Conference Final, but if it's not, I don't want anyone crying about like, oh, and they should have lost that game and then they would have got this seed. Like, no, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Be the better team. It's like I said when Will was sitting in, we were talking about Broncos, like, oh, how about the easy path? No. Don't ask for things to be easy. You're going to be better when you go through the harder path. The harder path includes OKC. Just the path includes OKC. There's not a NBA Finals that the teams that are in it in the Western Conference, obviously, that doesn't exist without somebody going through OKC. Basically what I'm saying is it's OKC in the NBA Finals unless you change that, and you being the Denver Nuggets.
Can I give you a sneaky, maybe not area of emphasis because it's kind of, again, a victim of circumstance and they can only play who's in front of them. When you're talking about things to focus on or keep an eye on for the Nuggets down the backstretch of this season, chemistry, I think, is a very sneaky, underrated potential point of concern for this Nuggets team. They just haven't been healthy enough, Cecil, over the 2/3 or so, whatever it is, of the season that they've played. They've played 10 games, definitely less than 15, but I think it's 10 games of their starting five all playing together at full health and ready to go. 10! I mean, you're talking about a situation where best case scenario for the Nuggets down the backstretch of the season, they might get just north of 20 games together as a starting five in an 82-game regular season where they've had to really gel and develop that chemistry and continuity with each other, heading into a postseason where your rotation is going to shrink significantly and the starter minutes are going to matter more than they ever have. I think that's going to be a really, really tough thing potentially for this Nuggets team to overcome if they can't just get on the court together and play some dang basketball.
Yeah, and I think chemistry is right there at number 2. Like health, number 1, obviously, that's the easy one. But chemistry is right there. It's almost going hand in hand because you need everyone to be healthy so that you can establish chemistry. The chemistry that you have not yet been able to because guys haven't been healthy. So if you're healthy, you're hopefully going to build chemistry, and let's just pull the Band-Aid off. You're talking about Cam Johnson. Everybody else has played, together forever. It's Cam Johnson. It's the new guy that looked like the new guy that wasn't fitting in, and then he started to fit in, and then he got hurt, and now he's back. But he also now has to rebuild that chemistry while you don't have Payton Watson, while you don't have Aaron Gordon. So he's going to try to build chemistry, and then he's got to reestablish chemistry once his team gets back to full strength.
I'll even throw Christian Brown into that scenario, who's coming off of a contract extension.
You
prior
feel
to
better
this
about
season.
Christian, though, right?
I
mean,
do.
I know
Cam
he's
Johnson,
been off.
yes.
He first came back. He didn't have his legs. Didn't look as good.
Yeah.
That's all fair.
He unfortunately, he came off of an offseason. He got a contract extension. Then he comes into this season with all the hype and the expectation because of Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace really kind of shaking up the snow globe here for the Denver Nuggets and bringing in all the pieces that Michael Malone begged for years and Calvin Booth was reluctant to give him. And he just got hurt pretty quickly out of the gate, combined with the fact that David Adelman was intentional and adamant about moving away from one of Christian Brown's superpowers, which is the transition offense. He was one of the best transition scorers and offensive pieces in the NBA, and he and Jokic really developed a rhythm in that way. So he's coming off a big contract extension where a lot of eyes are going to be on him, and it kind of was where you have to choose CB or Payton Watson, and they chose CB, or at least that's how it looked at that time, and still kind of looks now
it definitely still looks
because
that
of
way.
what they'd have to do
Right.
To keep Payton Watson
Second
in addition
apron.
to that. So you have that, the expectations being raised, combined with the fact that he gets hurt right out of the season, and then when he's finally able to come back, even if it's in a rushed sense, his role and fit within the Denver Nuggets offensive game plan is different than it was before. That's a lot of factors kind of coming into Christian Brown, putting him into the washing machine, the spin cycle, to start this season.
And it's different for a guy who doesn't have confidence in his shot when he misses that first one. I always watch Christian's first shot.
MPJ was like that too.
Yes. So Christian has this hesitancy that he'll have if he misses his first shot, usually from the arc. So watch Christian when he gets that ball and he's got the wide open 3. If he doesn't immediately take it, oh no, he's not feeling it. And he might have a pause. He might have hesitation. It might even go in with that shot. But there's still that pause. With Christian, even though the lack of transition scoring, which I think maybe in the postseason could come back a little bit, although postseason basketball is about defense and half-court sets and all those sorts of things, you just need Christian to be as confident as possible, and that's where chemistry comes in. That's where, we're gonna run this play for you at the arc. You got to knock it down. And if you don't knock it down, you got to knock the next one down. Continue to have that confidence like shooters usually do. You know what Timmy Hardaway does when he misses? Doesn't even care. He just comes out and shoots some more. And I applaud that for Timmy Hardaway. I think Christian needs a little bit of that kind of shooter's mentality of make it, miss it. I'm going to keep taking that shot immediately and that timing and rhythm that you need.
One thing I love and respect about Tim Hardaway Jr. is that man this season has never come across a shot he didn't love.
Oh, yeah.
He is ready to just turn it loose
take
and
it from
let it fly.
anywhere.
And frankly,
that's what you need.
The reason why he was brought in. This team needed more spot shooters, guys that can get you a bucket, especially from beyond the arc, because this team struggled mightily to keep up with the rising NBA trend and the added importance of the three-point shot. They just couldn't keep up with the teams like the Boston Celtics of the world or the Golden State Warriors, or teams that have the shooters capable of doing that and the offensive mentality to really kind of force feed that into their identity on that end of the court. The other end of the court is another big area of emphasis that's going to have a lot of eyeballs on it down the backstretch of this Nuggets season. The defensive mentality and the efficiency for this Nuggets team, which I think goes hand in hand with their ability to play physical. Those are two physical brand of basketball.
Can they play physical without AG and Payton Watson, though?
It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder for a number of reasons. One, those are your two defensive stalwarts, especially in terms of perimeter defense on the team, with CB kind of being in that category as well. But Payton Watson and Aaron Gordon are kind of the ethos or the face of your defensive identity, and both happen to be hurt right now. But those two being out, combined with the laundry list of other players who are primary rotational pieces in the regular season who have missed big stretches of time throughout this season, I think has kind of allowed themselves to either outright prevented them or allowed themselves to fall into a mindset that says, hey, we're too banged up and too thin to really worry about digging our heels in and playing slap the court defensive basketball, because we can't get in foul trouble or we're definitely going to lose. We can try to just win shootouts and beat guys 127 to 124 on a nightly basis, which they've had some success with, including during Jokic's timeout. But I do think that the injuries and the health struggles that they've had have fed into the fact that they have cared less about the defensive side of the ball and simultaneously told themselves that they maybe can't play as physical of basketball as they would like to or thought they might going into this season, where they just watched the Oklahoma City Thunder basically assault every team that they went up against en route to a title.
Well, and the Denver Nuggets can't use assault. That's assault, brother.
Yeah.
They can't use that
Veronica Vaughn
as their defensive strategy, because that leads to second chance points. And second chance points have been a problem for this team. Lack of rebounding has been a problem for this team. Turnovers have been a problem for this team. So it's not as simple as, hey, if everybody's healthy, they can take OKC to 7. If you're playing like this and you're turning the ball over and you're not playing defense, OKC's going to potentially gentlemen sweep you. And I say that as a fan of the Denver Nuggets, and I say that as someone who believes the Denver Nuggets can take OKC to 7, but not if they're playing like this. If you play like this, you get 1, and OKC probably beat you in 5. And that's a tough pill to swallow, but I believe that to be true because there's too many issues with this team right now to say they're championship ready. Talk to us in a month. Talk to us in 2 months. Are you championship ready then? You've got a ramp-up period. You better get to work.
All right, Cecil, put a bow on it for me. Of the different goals, areas of emphasis, room for improvement categories for the Denver Nuggets post-All-Star break, between health, seeding, chemistry, or defensive mentality and physicality, what's the number one priority? What should be the number one priority for this Nuggets squad going forward?
No, it's health. It's health. Health.
It is kind of the key.
Health, chemistry, defensive effort.
It's the root that grows into every other thing. I agree. And I think specifically getting a healthy, if you have to, both would be great, but if you have to pick one, getting a healthy and ready to fire Aaron Gordon is, I think, the most important point of emphasis for this Nuggets team. And if that means holding him out incredibly longer than you would like to make sure that happens, or give yourself the best chance for that to happen, because with soft tissue injuries and specifically hamstrings, it just feels like you're on a razor's edge about whether or not that he's going to pull up tight on it. Unfortunately, that's been the Aaron Gordon experience the last couple of years, and really since they won the title. That's just a reality you're going to have to face. But I think they owe it to themselves to do everything within their basketball power to make Aaron Gordon being healthy happen at the start of the postseason, because if they don't, I just don't think they have a shot. All right, coming up next, we did it earlier. It is time for round 2 of Bo's board. Who should the Broncos have their eyes on this offseason to help a young Bo Chapman-Nix? We'll share the latest name coming up next.
Should the Broncos consider trading one of their starters on defense?
To me, there's two guys for one spot. One guy you took with the 83rd pick in the NFL draft, one guy you took with the 20th pick. Plus, Moss is getting ready to get paid. Barron, you got a ways to go until you have to pay him. I think it's simple. Riley Moss needs to be dealt this offseason.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, you've been dragging through your days? You're tired, gaining weight, losing motivation in the gym, not sleeping well, or you just feel off? I can relate. Josh Dover here. Got to tell you how I changed it up. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You might just be dealing with low testosterone. It's actually a lot more common than you think. Starting in your 30s, you start to lose some of that testosterone production, about 2 to 3% every year, but it starts to add up. That's why you have a low libido. You can't sleep, those afternoon crashes, the brain fog. Who wants to deal with that? So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take a simple 10-question low-T quiz. Schedule your first appointment. They'll draw your blood, review your results, tell you what your options are, and offer you the opportunity to take your first testosterone shot right there in the office for free. Sign up for testosterone boosters, and you will avoid the $99 first appointment fee. You've got nothing to lose, and your energy, your life to gain. Get there today. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Feature therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. What a deal.
Your new morning groove. Iced coffee from McDonald's, any size for just $1 until 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hey, Brandon Stokely here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Does the air in your home feel like the desert? You don't have to suffer any longer. Get a brand new humidifier for the lowest price of the season. Everyone should breathe easy and healthy in their home. What are you waiting for? Call Rocks Heating and Air for a free, no obligation estimate. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU basketball faces South Dakota with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports.
Cecil, Richie Carney sitting in for Josh Dover. And we've gone over a pretty significant list of names. Draft candidates, free agent candidates, targets in a trade. There is a ton of reasonable and attainable, some maybe more or less than others, but reasonable, attainable, and potentially very impactful targets that the Denver Broncos can exploit to help Bo Nix after a season where he had to watch his team fall short in an AFC Championship game that I will go to my grave saying they absolutely would have won.
Oh, no doubt.
If he was there.
Zero question.
I would give them more than a puncher's chance to hold their own against Seattle in that Super Bowl.
If Bo Nix is in the Super Bowl, they're beating Seattle.
As good as Seattle looked, and they looked good and they deserve their flowers, and I think it's an amazing story for Sam Darnold.
Sure.
If it's Bo Nix and a J.K. Dobbins coming back into the fold, that Denver Broncos team against that Seattle team where Sam Darnold's not going to have the luxury of having some of the opportunity and the time that he had to make plays against that Broncos defense, I would have taken the Broncos to win that game, and I don't think even if they had lost that it would have looked like it did.
It wouldn't be the most boring Super Bowl ever, at least since Super Bowl 35. Sorry, Stoke.
That being said, that's not how it happened. We don't live in a hypothetical or theoretical or an ideal world. Bo Nix, unfortunately, did fracture his ankle at the end of that Bills game. He had to watch the AFC Championship game from the sideline. And I think that puts so much more pressure, attention, and emphasis on this upcoming offseason that we are on the doorstep of, which is the genesis behind Bo's board. The thought exercise where we unpack what are the biggest areas of need, positions that need addressing on the offensive side of the ball specifically to help Bo in year 3 in areas where he was left out to dry in some aspects in year 2. And today's candidate for Bo's board is...
From the 30-yard line, Singleton with running room. And then he turns on the Jets past the 50-yard line. Stays in bounds. They will not catch him. Singleton all the way for a 70-yard touchdown.
Nicholas Singleton.
Yes.
The running back from Penn State University. Cecil, you have done the homework as you do every single offseason as the premier draft voice and scouting voice in this market. Tell us everything we need to know about the 4-year Nittany Lion from Penn State.
Yeah, 4-year Nittany Lion, couple of 1,000-yard seasons, touchdowns in bunches, and 4.3 speed at 224 pounds. 224-pound backs don't have 4.3 speed all the time, necessarily. You've got a burner. You've got big playability. Kev just played one of the great highlights from Singleton in college for Penn State in that 70-yard play because that's what he can do. And he can do it on toss plays, inside plays, dive plays. If he breaks a tackle, he's gone. And it's that sort of intent as a runner that highlights Singleton as a player on the field because he's not going to waste a lot of motion. Yes, in college, he bounces stuff outside. He's got speed, but he also couples that with power. A lot of the power backs that we've talked about so far on Bo's board, Mike Washington from Arkansas, he's got plenty of power. He doesn't have 4.3 speed. You look at Jonah Coleman, my guy from Washington, my favorite back in this draft class. Jonah Coleman doesn't have the power that you see from Singleton, and he doesn't have that speed. So with Singleton, you've got more of that. I like Coleman better as far as his nuance as a runner, but I like Singleton because he takes one step and he goes. He's very decisive. He almost kind of toys with defenders because of that speed, and with that speed, he's capable of ripping off a field-flipping play at any moment on any. It's a little dump off, a little screen pass, a little toss play, a dive play. It doesn't matter. Wherever you're at on the field, he can score anytime he touches the ball. And as we look at Bo's board and we're looking for playmakers for Bo Nix in this Broncos offense, Nicholas Singleton did have a broken foot at the Senior Bowl. He's already had surgery. He's not going to compete at the Combine, which means he's not going to be able to show off that 4.3 speed at the Combine. Good. And for people saying, I don't want a guy that was got a foot surgery. Remember the year that Demaryius Thomas was drafted, and we loved DT, and God rest his soul, and all those good things. But him and Eric Decker both had foot problems coming out of college. That allowed the Broncos to get value there with DT in the first round, with Decker, I believe, in the third round out of Minnesota. So if we look at this with Singleton, you could take him at 30, or you could have the flexibility to move back into the second round and still get him. He's probably not there at 60, but you could move back from 30, let's say, into 40 range and probably still get him.
And you know what? That's interesting that you say, because the darts that get thrown at a lot of these prospects about, like, he could go as high as X. He's definitely probably going to fall in this range, but he also could slide depending on how the board shakes out, which there's always a player that goes way higher than is expected and players that slide way further than expected in every draft because of the different evaluations and things like that.
Right.
Which is why, especially when you talk about redraft scenarios, and you and I had that redraft conversation for the Broncos a handful of weeks ago, that was an ESPN thought exercise. How much do you really care about overdrafting if you hit on the pick, right? Like, if the Denver Broncos, if we were going to go back and redraft, right? If the Denver Broncos had taken Travion Henderson, 20th overall, instead of Jahdae Barron,
they might have been to the Super Bowl, even with Jarrett Stidham.
Exactly. Travion Henderson was not projected to go that high. He went after Omarion Hampton, after Quinshon Judkins, and then he finally went a handful of picks after that in like the top half of the second round before R.J. Harvey.
And before R.J. Harvey.
And before R.J. Harvey. But if the Broncos had overdrafted and selected Travion Henderson, overdrafted, I use air quotes, or even Quinshon Judkins in that scenario, who was not as highly touted or as highly projected of a prospect.
It was a bit shocking that Judkins went in front of Henderson to me.
Exactly.
But still, both talented and both a lot of skill.
But I'll tell you what, if they had drafted both of them at 20 and you'd have had the Mel Kipers, the Todd McShays, and a lot of people nationally being like, wow, what a reach, what an overdraft, the same way they said it about Bo Nix. A lot of people had third-round grades on Bo Nix coming out of the draft that year. But it worked out pretty good for the Broncos. So how much does overdrafting really matter if you just fall in love with a guy, you like him, and you end up getting lucky and or proven right by the pick hitting?
Well, it's got to work. I mean, they overdrafted R.J. Harvey. They just did.
Yeah.
And Sean Payton fell in love with
him.
They
overdrafted him by trading back twice to select him.
Yeah. And still took him too high.
Yeah.
But that's the case. If it hits, it doesn't matter. And when you look at Nicholas Singleton, that's a hit. That's a playmaker. That's a guy that you just want the ball in his hands. And he's a decent enough receiver out of the backfield. He's not a bad receiver out of the backfield at all whatsoever. But it's that fact of he scares you. He's dangerous. How many players on this Broncos offense scare you? Marvin Mims scares you.
Yeah, well, he should, but they don't use him enough to be scary.
Exactly, but
he's like the threat of a jump scare in a movie that never happens. You're like, don't go in there, don't go into that dark basement, and then they do, and like nothing happens. You just turn the light on.
Right.
You're like, well, that's kind of like a letdown.
Yeah.
You know?
Marvin Mims is dangerous, but
he's the jump scare that never comes.
Name anybody else on this offense that's like dangerous. That's a field flipper.
No.
That's a guy that can rip off 70-yard plays.
And I get annoyed sometimes during the lead up to the NFL draft because I think the media and people that cover the NFL, from scouts to analysts, etc., I think sometimes we get really carried away with comps, and I think it really becomes egregious to me in the quarterback discussion.
He's just like Pat Mahomes.
Yes.
Zach Wilson had people saying he's like Pat Mahomes.
Yes, or like, this guy's pro player comp is Joe Burrow. And it's like, all right, Joe Burrow, who had one of the greatest collegiate seasons of all time, in my opinion, the best college season for a quarterback.
I'm always very careful with pro comps because I understand the delicate nature. I never compare anyone to Barry Sanders, for example.
Exactly.
There's certain guys you're just not going to get compared to.
When I was looking into this guy in preparation for this discussion, Nicholas Singleton, the running back out of Penn State, because of the things that you just laid out there, from his speed and his playmaking ability to his size and frame, so you're talking about his physical makeup versus his archetype or his player comp stylistically, he really did, for lack of a better comparison, feel like a blend of Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins, two running backs who had a timeshare at Ohio State. And if you're telling me that I can get a little bit of this, I can get a little bit of shake and a little bit of bake, I don't have to pick one or the other or try to have that be, how I make up my room. If I've got the guy that has the size to be able to hold his weight inside in a way that we don't think R.J. Harvey has a lot of confidence or capability to do, while also having the game-breaking speed, the playmaking ability to rip off 50, 60, 70-yard touchdowns, I think that is absolutely somebody that should be in the crosshairs of George and Sean Payton because, frankly, the one word that kept getting associated with Nicholas Singleton by draft analysts, scouting experts, and things like that have already started to put their eyes on this guy, explosive. And that's all you need to tell me, by the way, to say he should be on their radar because this Broncos offense, more than almost anything, needed somebody that gives you explosive playmaking capability. You mentioned Marvin Mims. He certainly profiles like that, but it didn't translate on the field enough, and there wasn't really anybody else. Troy Franklin didn't step into that role the way we saw in a tantalizing way.
You need danger. You need players that enhance the pucker factor defensively, and you need explosion. Kevin Kistner, I'm always delicate because I know you want playmakers. Sometimes Bo's board is more of a thought experiment of like, okay, what about this role player guy? Nicholas Singleton wouldn't be a role player, brother. He'd be your starter.
He's your starter where every time he touches the ball, he has a chance to go to the end zone. And that's what I want on this team. When I say playmakers, that's what I want. Explosive plays, just like Richie said. I was looking at the Broncos' top 10 plays of last year on Twitter. Only one play came from a running back.
Okay.
You put this guy on this roster, half of those plays of the top 10 next year are going to be of him scoring. That's what I want. This guy catches out of the backfield. He returns kicks. You don't want Mims returning punts right now. Okay, put him back just as a receiver. Let this guy return kicks. This guy can do it all. He is one of my favorite running backs in this entire draft.
And you know who he reminds me of? A little bit of Quinshon Judkins, but I'll go back because you mentioned his return ability. People will forget when Amon Green came out of Nebraska for Seattle and he didn't do anything with Seattle, he was a hell of a kick returner and a special teams player. And then he goes to Green Bay and becomes Batman and becomes like this great, 1,500-yard back. That's what you're looking at with Singleton here. He's got some Amon Green to his game. If you want a little more recent reference, he's Quinshon Judkins and Travion Henderson.
And the last thing I'll say, if you're looking for reasons to point toward why somebody like a Nicholas Singleton should be firmly on the Broncos draft radar. Do you know what team he's been most closely associated with? Chicken fingers, Cecil Lammy, when you're talking about potential best fits or teams that are absolutely going to target this guy in the early to mid rounds of the NFL draft?
Don't say it.
The Kansas City freaking Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs who made a absolute killing by putting explosive playmakers and dynamic offensive pieces around a budding Patrick Mahomes en route to a dynasty that's lasted the better part of the last decade. Now, they've fallen off the mountaintop a little bit. They got put on the canvas this past season in a way that they avoided 2 seasons ago because they were so good in one-score games where all that luck went away. But Kansas City needs explosive, dynamic playmakers on offense around Patrick Mahomes once again as they look to reinvent their offense for like the 3rd or 4th time now in the Mahomes era. And if a guy like Nicholas Singleton is good enough for the offensive mind of a guy like Andy Reid with Patrick Mahomes at the disposal, he should be good enough for Sean Payton and George Payton. That's the last I'll say on that subject. Coming up next, there might be a subject of contention between 2 members of this show here on Dover and Cecil that's taking place on the national stage, and we are going to ask the Tribe Helps Tribe, for some advice for one of our own when it comes to a potential breakup. That's next.
Should the Broncos be aggressive in the tight end market again this offseason?
I think there's some opportunities out there to kind of fix that issue if the draft is in a place where you're like, hey, I'm comfortable going up and getting Sadiq and moving up 10 spots. Like, if you're not comfortable doing that, then I think there's free agents available that would fit the bill.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Now, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment when the kid starts believing, hey, I could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something super important. That's your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So, while your kid's ordering online or streaming highlight reels, your Xfinity internet price won't change. It will not budge. And who knows, by the time the next Winter Olympics roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 10 years. That's a $10.99 value each month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-paid with stored bank account. Taxes, fees, extras. Actual speeds may vary.
President's Day means all 2025s need to go at Siltahar Motors. This month, get up to $10,000 off or 0% financing for 72 months on all remaining 2025 Ford F-150s. Search all available 2025 inventory and pricing at sthmotors.com and get an instant quote for top value for your trade-in. Siltahar Motors is Colorado's most trusted dealer for over 66 years. No cutting corners, no corporate games, just real deals from real people. $10,000 off your next F-150 at Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
It is Dover and Cecil on this beautiful Thursday in the Mile High City. Richie Carney sitting in for Josh Dover alongside Cecil Lammy. And my first order of business is
You need some help here. Well, you know someone that needs some help here.
I do know someone that needs some help. I will get to that, but not before I call on all wrestling superfans, because we have your chance to go to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. It's the Superfan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. Here's what you're going to get if you're lucky enough to win this grand prize. A pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver to Las Vegas, a 2-night hotel stay, and a $500 Visa gift card. So get in the ring and find out more information on how to enter at DenverSports.com/superfan. All right, with that business out of the way, it's time to get down to actual business, Cecil, which is, I think there's somebody that needs our collective help. And that includes the tribe on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 and on our YouTube chat at DenverSports1043. One of our own needs some breakup advice, Cecil.
Okay.
He is in a situation where he fancied himself a lady, and I think he is no longer in the frame of mind where he wants to keep them as an item. But he's also being a little bit of a wet noodle about it, and I'm just going to put the business out in the street. I don't think he knows exactly how to sever the tie here.
Yeah, right.
And we'll call him Kevin. What should we anonymously? Because I think you know who we're talking about here. Give me a name that we can anonymously refer to going forward.
Let's go, Jacob.
Jacob. All right. So our buddy Jake is ready to move on from his. It's hard to call her like a lady because they've only gone on, I think, 4 dates, right? So they're not.
Wait, he's worried about breaking up with someone he's gone on 4 dates with?
It's part of the whole thing, Cecil.
Okay.
This is what makes it so fascinating.
Okay.
So he's gone on 4 dates with her, which firmly exists in modern dating, in my opinion, within the realm of like, you're not super heavily attached to or tied to this person, therefore you don't, quote unquote, owe them, if that's how you want to phrase it, very much. But I do think you owe them something if you're going to consider yourself a gentleman. The flip side of it is this lady is very much into Jake. Very much.
Yeah.
Right? And clearly sees this thing from a different angle. This person has also been to Jake's house. They have
met Jacob's parents?
I don't think they've met Jacob's parents.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever, baby. 4 dates. 4 dates.
But here's
homeboy's worried about breaking up with her?
Does it matter? Does it matter what Jake's reasoning is for why he no longer wants to end it, given all those factors that I just said?
The easy thing to do, right? Besides ghost her. No one's suggesting that. But the easy thing?
That's rude, right? Like, that don't be that guy? Is that a don't be that guy?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Don't be that guy. I
is-
think that's super disrespectful.
Yeah,
to ghost on
ghosting
either
is
side.
terrible, by the way. So for me, if he wants to be a gentleman, there's something super, super easy that he can do. It's like the most easy thing, and all of us have had it done to ourselves, so it's time to give it back a little bit. Oh, it's not you, it's me. Right?
See, that's the worst.
I need to find myself. Right? That's what Jacob. I almost said his real name. That's what Jacob needs to do. Is he needs to just go. Hey, I need to work on myself. You're a great person. Maybe if I get my things straight in my head or my heart or my life, whatever, just kind of make it up.
But nobody's buying that, right? When you
Do
say
we
that?
buy it when it happens to us?
When you say it's not you, it's me, my BS meter is literally screaming
1,000%.
You're not
it's
actually
either
being
that
truthful.
or he is honest with her and says, I'm really not that into you.
That's what he should do. Just be honest.
Right.
You're 4 dates in.
We're getting some responses from the tribe on the RamosLaw.com
It's
text
4
line.
dates.
303-713-1043. The first one that comes in is, he's just going to have to marry her. And you know what, Texter?
He might not be wrong.
2898. If we don't help him, because Jake has already given us the background knowledge of he is really wringing his hands over this. If we don't intervene, he may just end up marrying her and just never dealing with those feelings.
The whole time while he says, yeah, she's cool. She's cool.
Yeah, exactly.
I would
she's
also
cool.
recommend to
That's all we get.
Jacob to don't hit on married chicks, if in fact that's maybe what he's doing. But there's a
Jake.
If your eyes are wandering,
we will just say,
and
that
she's wearing a ring.
We will say, that
probably
our boy
don't look
Jacob,
that way.
Our boy Jacob, old Jakey, has had a propensity in the past to go after not to go after, but to become infatuated with unavailable women.
Okay,
which is the most Jake thing ever.
Is
by the way,
this real life or is this an episode of You? I certainly hope it's not the latter.
No. Jake, to my knowledge, has not locked anyone up in a
gets
basement.
That obsessed. We know Jacob. Jacob is a good man, good young man.
More of a boy
but
in this
he
instance
needs to
with how he's handling
just
this.
Either do the "it's not you, it's me" thing, which is more gentle, even though the BS meter is off. I agree with Spivak there. It's off. Anytime that's said, I need to find myself. Oh, it means you don't like me. But just try to do it as gently as possible. If he says, I'm really not that into you, then what is it? Is it me? Is it my hair? Whatever. No, that brings up too many other secondary questions. If you just say, hey, it's on me. I'm damaged. I need to fix this. Then that lessens. Well, he's got to do. He's got some therapy he needs.
On the other end of the spectrum, by the way, the first advice from the tribe on the RamosLaw.com text line
was marry her?
Was he's just going to have to marry her. And I agree that if we do nothing, there is a world where he just does that because he doesn't want to face the conflict or the confrontation.
He doesn't want to be mean to her?
The other end of that spectrum, the other end of that spectrum comes from Debo on the RamosLaw.com text line.
What up, Debo?
Fake your own death. And ironically enough, he brought this up in a less aggressive manner. He didn't bring up necessarily faking his own death, but because she knows where he lives and because she was invited to certain functions that Jake partakes in regularly, and that was part of their plan, he did already kind of say, hey, I'm just going to tell her that I'm sick or I'm this or I'm that, and I'm not going to attend these I'm going to tell her I'm not attending this particular function, and then I'm going to go anyway. So he was kind of faking a death in a social setting to try to get out of interacting with this girl because of how he's conflicted.
I'd say honesty is the best policy, but be gentle about it. So if that means kind of lying a little bit of like, hey, it's my problem.
Yeah, honesty is not the best policy when you said it's not you, it's me.
It's not you, it's me.
Well,
because it actually is her. That's why he doesn't want to be with her.
Okay, well then be mean.
Okay, I got a small one. What if you're like, I just can't do this anymore? I'm still in love with my ex, and that's really. I just got to get back.
That's not a bad play, though.
I think that's worse.
That's not a bad
the
play.
sympathy card.
Here's the problem,
though. You are a good guy. Go after her.
Kevin, I think your head's in the right place, but I don't think Jake has a recent enough ex to really point.
She doesn't know that.
Make her up.
Yeah.
You don't think she's going to find out?
It's his girlfriend from
we
Canada.
went from telling the truth to fake your death and make up your girlfriend. This is an episode of you.
Yeah, you know what? You know what?
1,000%.
The ultimate reality is that old Jakey just needs to rip the Band-Aid off because there's never a good time to break up with someone.
Or marry her.
Or, well, wait,
Either
there
or.
should be a good time to marry someone. You're married. What do
I
you
am
mean?
married. But I knew after my second date that I was going to get married to her, and I did.
It's more difficult to do this when Jacob is in the control room.
Jakey boy needs to man up, and the
He needs
final
to hear this,
suggestion is,
Cecil.
you know what?
Okay.
Fellas, tribe helps tribe, and Kevin
Fake your death, get married.
Kevin just needs to break up with this girl for Jake. And ironically enough, your boy Richie has helped Jake get phone numbers in the past. I have asked girls out.
Everybody's done that. But
I have
you ever
asked girls
broken up
out
for
on
somebody?
Jake's behalf. I told him I was not willing to break up with her for him, and I think Kevin needs to hold that line as well. All right, we will continue keeping an eye on as the advice on YouTube and on our RamosLaw.com text line continues to roll in for our buddy Jake. But until then, in the meantime, the Avalanche have been putting on a clinic for the entire world to see over the last week or so. It's a good thing, but it also may be a little bit of a curse, and I'll explain why coming up next.
The champ! Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at DenverSports.com/superfan. That's DenverSports.com/superfan.
I am down 60 pounds with SodaWeightLoss.com, and the weight came off naturally. And I'll tell you, having my own nutritionist, someone who was always available via text, made all the difference. It's real support from a real person that helps keep you consistent, and that's the key. Real food, real results. No pills, no injections, no mystery chemicals you're putting in your body. This is real food, knowing how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. And I joined SodaWeightLoss.com for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. I look and feel 10 years younger. I'm moving easier. I'm sleeping better. I got my confidence back. And here's the best part. Join now at SodaWeightLoss.com. And your partner joins for free. You start together, you support each other, and you both get younger, feeling healthier versions of yourselves. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com, or call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. It's 1-866-800-SODA. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com, because Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth, and home show season in February is when homeowners make the smartest improvement decision before the demand hits. If windows are in your future, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton offers Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows built for strength, efficiency, and long-term value. And this February, you'll save 25% plus enjoy 12 months zero-interest financing. Visit windowsforyourhome.com or call them at 303-794-0490.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Looking for the best deal in town this President's Day? Then stop by our Denver Clearance Center, where you'll find savings of 70% or more on open box, overstock, and discontinued appliances from the industry's best brands, including Bosch, Thermador, KitchenAid, and many more. Hurry in for the best selection, or visit us online and take advantage of these huge President's Day savings. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU basketball faces South Dakota with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents.
Sitting in for Josh Dover alongside Cecil Lammy. Getting into a little hockey talk here, Cecil, that blends a little bit of Olympic talk as we watch the Team USA women in a dogfight against Team Canada, down 1-0 into the third period in the gold medal game. But on the men's side, Cecil, is this maybe the greatest Olympics ever, the greatest Winter Olympics ever for a Colorado Avalanche fan to get to watch? The individual stars playing for their various countries are putting on a show on the world stage. When you're looking at collective goals scored in the Olympics by a specific team, the Avalanche have double the amount of goals of the next closest NHL team. They've scored, I believe it's still 16 goals on the men's side collectively in the Olympics. The next closest is the San Jose Sharks with 8, and 5 of those 8 have come from Team Canada and San Jose Sharks phenom Macklin Celebrini. So take away his 5, and it's a 16-3 real disparity when you're talking about how dominant Avalanche players have been on the world stage compared to the rest of the NHL.
You sound like you're surprised.
I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be.
I don't think any of us should be surprised. I just think this amps up the pressure. Like, go out there in the Olympics. Everyone stay healthy, first and foremost. Pretty happy that Sweden's not getting past Team USA.
Sorry,
One,
Gabe.
because I love the USA, unlike Richie Kami. Air guitar, you make a certain face, so we'll leave that one alone. You leave that. I've already seen Kev's guitar face.
I
don't
didn't
need to
know
see.
that's where you were going with
Of
that.
course. Well, you need to listen to more Dover and Cecil
I
because
get it.
you know I fell
get
out of
it.
my chair when Kev did this air guitar. He had some extra little similar air guitar moves. We're not doing that. You can play your Freebird. We're not doing that.
The three
okay?
of us have never been closer.
By the
I'm
way,
fairly
the
confident about that now.
Freebird reminds you, like USA and all that. It just reminds me of Jenny and Forrest Gump.
Oh, the most under talked about movie villain of all time.
Exactly.
The worst.
But either way,
Rose from Titanic, but Jenny.
Nobody should be surprised by the Avs doing this. You need to stay healthy, and you need to get your behinds back out there on the ice at Ball Arena. Go back to being the wagon that you were for most of this regular season. I understand if you were distracted by Italy. Italy's quite distracting. I'm sure that representing your country gives you great pride, and that's something that means a lot to you. Good for you, bud. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying right now is get back here, start playing your best hockey, and go be that wagon that you were at the beginning and for most of this regular season. The pre-Olympic letdown created too many doubts. One, this power play is going to be the Achilles. That's going to be your Achilles heel. No one should try to play around it and be like, no, they'll be fine. And what? They won't be fine. They won't be fine. And unless this Olympics, because you're talking about the scoring, let's talk about the power play scoring. Unless you fix your power play, it will be the detriment for your team. It will be the thing that perhaps keeps you from winning Lord Stanley's Cup. And I'm not even sure if you get out of the second round, which you've only done one time with Nathan McKinnon. You've got to change these things. You've got to get better. So no one should be surprised the Avs are doing this. No one should be surprised the Avs players are superstars and megastars. But what needs to happen is everyone needs to stay healthy and then get back here and start playing your best hockey. Because you're too good not to win the Stanley Cup. And this isn't the only year we could have said that when they don't win. They've won one cup with Nathan McKinnon. To me, that's just like Joker having one NBA championship. As great as that guy is, you need more rings. As great as Nathan McKinnon is, to cement his legacy, you need more championships.
You called it an Achilles heel, referring to the power play.
The power play is going to be their Achilles.
That's a good segue, because I'm getting called out. I don't know if it's Big Perm or Creaky or I lost the text, but somewhere on the text line, one of our faithful tribe members is calling me out, hearkening back to a conversation that I had with Dover when I was sitting in your chair, where I called the Avs power play Megan Fox's thumbs.
Yes.
Because the Avalanche in this 2025-2026 season had the best start to a season in franchise history and flirted with for a significant length of time with 2 regulation losses on New Year's Day, one of the best starts in NHL history for a team in a single season. And while it maybe cooled off just a hair leading up to the Olympic break, it's still pretty unbelievably impressive, and it has this team fully in play for a President's Trophy run, for a Stanley Cup final run, etc. The runway is as wide and as lined up as it could possibly be. But they're historically bad on the power play. And I think, to me, that is a perfect parallel to when you're talking about Transformers era Megan Fox at the peak of her powers, she was the hottest woman in the world. But she's got a thumb. I think it's actually just one thumb. I don't even know that it's both thumbs. That just
You're
looks
worried
like
about Megan Fox's thumbs.
Looks like a big toe. It's just, I mean, for a woman who was at the peak of her powers during that time, she just had this one thing that was a little like, ugh.
That's not a deal breaker, by the way.
It's not. That was my whole point.
Okay.
Was it's not a deal breaker for me. I'll accept it because I'm not going to let that one thing sour
Well, the
my
power play is not Megan Fox's thumbs. The power play is their Achilles.
I think that it has the potential to hamstring them and hold them back the way that it did in round 1 against the Stars. I don't think it's impossible that the Avalanche can find a way to overcome it, depending on how the season
How?
They have to be like they were during the title run year and be as offensively dominant and not allow special teams to be the swing factor.
Do you know the best way how they do that? Hey, Nathan
In which
McKinnon.
case it would be Megan Fox's thumb, by the way, not an Achilles heel.
Nathan McKinnon, let go of the reins a little bit, bro. You're a little bit too tightly wound on this power play. Do not think that McKinnon overrides Hackstall and his coaching. And I'm not saying that Coach Hackstall is without blame and he's totally the greatest special teams coach. No, it's been terrible. I don't want to enter the postseason knowing the Avs, especially after these Olympics, knowing the Avs are a wagon, knowing that they're megastars, they're superstars everywhere, knowing the goaltending isn't even something we discuss anymore because we trust Wedgwood and Blackwood so much. I don't want the dream to fall short.
It's the best feeling ever, not having to worry about the goaltending, by the way.
It is.
It was Creaky.
But
who
now
was calling
worrying
me out.
about this power play is replace our worry about the goaltending.
Because I consider myself an honest man and I'm not above pulling the thumb instead of pointing the finger or going down with the ship, like our boy Jake, who apparently is just never going to break up with this girl that he doesn't want to be with anymore. I'm willing to say that even though I made the comparison to the power play being Megan Fox's thumb, in essence being something they can overcome or something that I'm not going to overly blow up because of how dominant they are in every other area, I'm willing to walk that back to a degree because while I still think it's possible that they can overcome it, it's going to be a hell of a lot harder if they don't get it better from being historically bad. It doesn't have to be historically good, but it can't be historically bad, or this team is going to face a very familiar fate to what they've experienced basically every year outside of the year they broke out of the second round and ended up winning a Stanley Cup. All right, coming up next, is there a member here in Broncos country that is in need of a fresh start? That's the question being asked by ESPN, and it's one that I will ask you, the tribe, and you, Cecil Lammy, coming up next.
Who should the Broncos target to help fortify their linebacker room?
Devin Lloyd, inside linebacker, Jacksonville. Guy is 27 years old, just entering his prime. First round pick, 2022. The guy's a playmaker. We need inside linebacker help. This is the guy that you could build around for the next 5 or 6 years and finally maybe have that position solved.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
Men, we all know how important sex is in a relationship, both for you and your partner. But erectile dysfunction ruins sex, which can often have serious impacts on your relationship as well. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, you understand the impacts it has on you and the one you love. But I'm here to tell you that ED is a treatable condition, and almost without exception, you can have really good sex again. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men with protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, good sex will be the norm. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a level of intimacy for you and your partner that might just astound you both. It's time to have really good sex again, so call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. For 50-80 Exteriors, Colorado homes face more risk than ever from intense weather, including wildfire exposure. 50-80 Exteriors prioritizes fire-resistant, non-combustible, low-maintenance exterior upgrades with reliable quality installations. Protect your home with James Hardy siding, TimberTech decking, and Pella Impervia fiberglass windows, all designed to stand up to heat, weather, and time. They also offer 60 months no-interest financing. 50-80 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Free barbecue? Yep, absolutely free barbecue. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs, the barbecue lawyer at 303 Law 4040. It's 2026, and we are taking our free meal program to the next level, and I want you to help spread the word with me if you can. I got a brand new smoker, and this thing's a beast. It's over 6 feet tall, so we can cook that 1,000 pounds of free barbecue each and every month. Here's what you do. It's Eastern Hills Community Church, 4 to 6 p.m. every first and third Thursday. I'm smoking up delicious pulled pork or my addictive copycat Chipotle recipe, and we're serving it up for free. You just get in line, you pop the trunk, we put free groceries in your trunk, and then we ask you how many meals you need for the night. It's that simple, no questions asked. It's at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word, and if you have any questions, you can always call me. The barbecue lawyer's number is 303 Law 4040.
Still haven't filed your taxes? You're not alone, but the longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties, interest, letters, none of it goes away on its own. At Advanced Tax Solutions, resolving IRS problems is all they do. Whether you're a year behind or 10, their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, stop the stress, and help you get back on track. Don't let another day slip by. A quick call could mean a quick resolution. Contact my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions today and take control of your tax situation before the IRS does.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
According to ESPN, the worldwide leader, there is a member of Broncos country that could use a fresh start. And I think that's an interesting thought exercise to head into the 2025-2026 offseason here for the Denver Broncos. Because I'll be honest with you, Cecil Lammy, it's not a name that I would have picked. According to Aaron Schatz of ESPN.
Yeah, and Aaron Schatz is one of the great guys out there. Used to be the lead nerd gets. Aaron's a good dude, good friend of mine. Love his insights here. Disagree with him, but love his insights.
Well, according to Aaron Schatz of ESPN, Jonah Ellis, the backup edge rusher for the Denver Broncos, who frankly, through stretches of this season when he's given the opportunity, Cecil, to play, I think has looked like a starting caliber edge rusher in the NFL.
No doubt.
Somebody that every time it felt like he got a significant amount of snaps, enough to kind of make a reasonable sample size, we all walked away from it being like, you know what, should we get this guy a little bit more run? Now, it's tough because you got Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito in front of you. You've got a lot of strong interior guys as well, which kind of opens or blocks the door, I should say, to do what Mike Kliss was suggesting with us earlier of like maybe you move him inside to just find a way to get him on the field more consistently. Still something they could look at, but a non-traditional approach in that regard. He says he needs a fresh start, and here's his explanation. This is not an issue of a player who has not properly developed, says Aaron Schatz. Instead, Ellis is a talented young pass rusher who doesn't have a path to start behind veterans Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper. Last season, Ellis had a 14.1% pass rush win rate and a 12.2% pressure rate. Both numbers were above average for edge rushers, but he only played in 38% of the snaps in the games which he was active. It would be intriguing to see Ellis get a chance to start elsewhere in the league, perhaps alongside his brother Christian if New England parts ways with Kayvon Chason in free agency. So, obviously, a family tie there. We got to see that play out in the AFC Championship game.
But why in the world, and Aaron's a Patriots fan, so I'll call him out for that. Why in the world would you trade him to a conference rival? It's bad enough if John Franklin Myers in free agency is going to sign with Buffalo, right? To think that, oh, the Ellis brothers, let's put them together in New England. That's a conference rival. Your price tag had better be super high if you're going to trade that to a player, or to a team that you're probably going to see on your way to the Super Bowl. Like, you're going to have to go through Buffalo, New England, and I mean in the teams. They may have to come here. Don't at me, bro.
Sure.
But last year, being the number 1 seed, everyone's 0-0 right now. And I am not giving a talent like Jonah Ellis, one of my favorite players on this Broncos roster. I'm not just giving him to a team like New England. I'm not trading to within. It's like when Polymarket, are you familiar with Polymarket?
Yes. It's like
when Polymarket had Max Crosby's number 1 destination by odds being the Denver Broncos, that's just dumb. They're not going to trade within the division.
That'd be freaking awesome.
Max Crosby's not coming. Yeah, it would be awesome, but that's
Mad Max enters Casa
that's
Bonito.
too like pie in the sky. That's too out there, and it's a division rival. You're trading, or potential trade suggested that it could be, hey, New England, do you want Jonah Ellis? I'm not giving New England anything.
And
that's except for L's.
That's ultimately where I kind of separate or start to disagree with Aaron Schatz here. And I was hoping it was Schatz so that I could make another play on words, but it's not, so I'll just have to leave that on the cutting room floor. But Aaron Schatz, I disagree with it in the sense of like, hey, listen, Jonah Ellis very may well within his own rights want a quote-unquote fresh start because he's looking at his body of work and he's getting the feedback from his agent and probably through his agent.
He's
feedback
entering
from
year 3.
Other teams around the
fresh
league. Fresh
start.
Like, hey, I could fresh start on a new team where I can have a more prominent role.
No. Jonah needs to stay healthy. First and foremost, 2 years. He hasn't been healthy for 2 years. And I love Jonah. Again, he's one of my favorite players. But there is no way in hell he's thinking about fresh start, talking to his agent, new things,
Here's
new
what
direction.
What I'm saying
he's got to be better. He's got to stay healthy. He's got to be better.
What I'm saying is I could understand if that was a path that mentally that he was going down in year 3. But the reality is he's under contract for multiple years upcoming for the Denver Broncos, and they've got a young, budding, up-and-coming pass rusher to give them valuable depth in that stable of edge guys that's going to help contribute to a top-tier, high-caliber defense here in Denver. The Broncos would have absolutely no reason to try to grant that request, to go along with that mentality, because it actually goes counter to what the Denver Broncos and Vance Joseph's unit is going to look to do in 2026 and 2027, both of which Jonah Ellis is under contract here in Denver. So I can appreciate, hey, maybe this is a guy who in theory could make an argument to say, hey, I want to be a starter somewhere else in this league, and I'm capitalizing on some momentum with some quality play in a limited sample size that I've been able to put on tape. But I'm sorry, it just doesn't make sense to me, and I see zero possibility or probability that something like this actually comes to fruition.
Yeah, I see zero possibility that they would trade an edge when you need the edges that you've got. You can't have too many.
It's kind of like the Riley Moss in the cornerback room.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mike Kliss said it earlier, I full co-sign it. It's a very common mindset when it comes to specifically the cornerback room in the NFL, is you can't have too many. And yeah, some people in Broncos country might be mad at Riley Moss or think that he is not a starting caliber corner in this league. I disagree, and I think he gets a little bit more hate directed his way and not enough credit for some of the things he does do because of how visible and glaring some of the mistakes and the pass interference penalties have been with those critical moments. But I remember having to watch Levi Wallace run around out there while Jameis Winston and Jerry Jeudy connected for the biggest revenge game for a wide receiver in NFL history, and the Browns ended up getting in a shootout with the Broncos on primetime. I know what can happen when that depth in a room that you feel confident about suddenly disappears, and you're like, oh my God, who are they going to start? They can't run nickel because they don't have enough guys, let alone dime, when you're talking about the package flexibility. I don't want to give up any depth in the cornerback room if I don't absolutely have to. And I sure as you know what, don't want to have to do it in the edge department either.
Yeah, and the edge department, that's something where it's a rare asset, rare trade athletes. Jonah Ellis is just getting started in what he can do. And if one day eventually you lose Jonah Ellis in free agency because he's developed and he's a 10-sack guy and you're gonna lose him, yeah, so be it. That's in a couple of years. That's not right now. I think it's silly to suggest Jonah Ellis would be a trade candidate. Anything is possible. Kevin Garnett said that years ago. But what's likely? It's not very likely that the Broncos trade Jonah Ellis. And it's also, according to Mike Kliss, not very likely they trade Riley Moss.
Calling all wrestling superfans. We here at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan have your chance to go to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. It's the Superfan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. If you're lucky enough to win this grand prize, here's what you're going to get. A pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare from Denver to Las Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and a $500 Visa gift card. For more information on how to get in the ring and enter your name, head to denversports.com/superfan. Coming up next, we have a very important birthday from a local sports team perspective that's happening today. We threw it out there earlier. I want to circle back to some of our birthday gift suggestions for one of Denver's favorite sons coming up next.
Should the Broncos consider trading one of their starters on defense?
To me, there's 2 guys for one spot. One guy you took with the 83rd pick in the NFL draft, one guy you took with the 20th pick. Plus, Moss is getting ready to get paid. Barron, you got a ways to go until you have to pay him. I think it's simple. Riley Moss needs to be dealt this offseason.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Everything is getting more expensive. Gas, groceries, and especially rent, which can go up every single year. But as a homeowner, you have a secret weapon. While the world gets pricier, a fixed-rate mortgage stays exactly the same. That stability isn't just peace of mind, it's your family's financial foundation. American Financing understands home ownership creates wealth. Every monthly payment builds equity and stacks your net worth on autopilot. It's how the middle class actually wins the long game. Your home is a flexible asset. You can live in it, rent it out for passive income, or pass it down to your children. Renting gives you none of that. American Financing salary-based mortgage consultants can help you get pre-qualified with no upfront fees. Call American Financing today and get a pre-qualification letter in 24 hours or less. Call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.net. Secure your rate, build your wealth, and get the cash you need. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here. Denver is Truck Month only at Bozarth Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, where every new and pre-owned truck comes with a spray-in bed liner included. That's right, every new truck, every bed protected. Plus, take advantage of deeply incentivized programs on all the new and pre-owned trucks, including the new Silverado and Colorado, with offers designed for their customers to take advantage of. Work harder, play harder, drive smarter. Only at Bozarth Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, your trusted partner in automotive.
When you've been hit by an 18-wheeler, there's 3 things you need to do. First, call the police and get medical care. Second, don't talk to the insurance company alone. And third, call the truck crash lawyers at Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson has 50 years of experience holding them accountable and over $50 million recovered after truck crashes. Call Berg Simpson today and let us fight for you so you can focus on healing.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
Okay, does this happen to anybody else? You sit down with a juicy QPC, some McNuggets, and those golden fries from McDonald's. Then you take a long sip of your Sprite because you can still hear your mama saying, don't fill up on that drink before you eat your food. But you're grown now, so you do what you want.
Share and share alike with the 20-piece McNuggets from McDonald's for just $6. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Not all college savings plans are created equal. College Invest is the only one that offers a 2026 Colorado tax deduction. Open one today and start saving for the future. collegeinvest.org.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU basketball faces South Dakota with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Score! The United States ties it with a goaltender pulled with 2:04 remaining. The captain, Hillary Knight.
Hillary freaking Team Canada in this gold medal round. The former Badger, Hillary Knight, ties it up, and we are headed to overtime hockey with the gold medal on the line. Man, this is so fun. The Olympics is just such a unique, fun time. I think it helps that it only comes around once every 4 years, for each respective winter, summer, etc. But there is just something, man, about watching the best athletes in the world go at it. It's like everything that the All-Star games and the Pro Bowls and all that used to be, but on a global stage, not just here in America.
This is edge of your seat. Edge of your seat entertainment. It's exactly why we love sports.
I walked out into our nook over here, Cecil. Our common area
right
outside of the control room in the
regular,
studio.
the area I regularly avoid.
It is packed. The couches are packed over there. You got Drew Spivak is out there. You've got people from the sales side standing around the TV. You've got the big boss, Katie Reed, our SVP who's in town. Everybody is huddled around that TV, and when that goal was scored during the break, you could have heard us from the parking lot cheering as loud as we were. It's just fun, man. I love it. The Olympics is a treat, and Team USA women headed to overtime with a gold medal on the line, hopefully setting a good precedent for the men to continue their march toward a gold medal later this week.
Yeah, don't get too over your skates with the Freebird, though. It's still got to win this thing.
Hey,
You gotta win this thing.
They pulled the goalie. They were down 1-0 for the majority of the game.
Oh, what's Kev got something to say, Mister? I rooted for Serbia. You're
I'm
gonna say something.
I'm cheering for Serbia over LeBron any day.
Yep. Kevin,
all
don't
of
even feel
America
bad
will.
about that.
Yeah,
Don't
you
even
should
bad about
totally
that.
feel it. Both of you guys are communists, by the way.
Dang.
You're communists. I'm taking your driver's license away, Richie.
Dang.
He just went
Yeah,
right off
what
the
are you
edge.
going to say? Because I said they still easy on the free bird.
Be
They
excited
still
for
got to
right
win
now.
it.
Be
They
excited
couldn't-
for right now.
They can't win it if they don't tie it up, which they did by pulling their goalie with 2 minutes left
Of course.
and having Hillary Knight
But
fire
this
one in
reminds
from the
me
blue
of
line.
Riley Moss doing an
Badger
incomplete
legend.
sign and then getting beat on a touchdown on the next play. Like we can be excited for that goal. It was an exciting play, but don't dare jinx this thing, man.
All right,
They
well,
haven't won it yet.
Since Cecil's going to try to be a curmudgeon here,
No,
I'm gonna
it's
shift
called
gears.
reality. The reality of the situation
exactly
is
what a
you should
curmudgeon
always
would
root
say.
for Team USA. I don't care if LeBron's playing hockey. I don't care what LeBron's doing. You should always be Team USA.
I would love for LeBron to get
and you
checked into the boards
also
one time.
should not count your chickens before they've hatched.
The chickens were leaving the roost. They were going to lose the game. We got overtime hockey, and even though it's 3-on-3, it drives me
Chickens
nuts.
don't actually like to leave the roost, but anyway.
Okay, Mr. Grover, Colorado.
Cecil,
All
we'll
right.
sit in timeout for a segment.
Exactly. Exactly. I want to ask the question. We asked it earlier because it's a pretty big birthday here in terms of Denver sports perspective. Denver's own son, Nikola Jokic, the man behind bringing the Denver Nuggets their first Larry O'Brien trophy in franchise history. He turns 31 years old today, which I didn't need a reminder that I'm older than Nikola Jokic, but I am, and that's not something that I knew before today. But I think it's a fun thought exercise, and that's been a theme of today's show. We've been running a lot of thought exercises and hypotheticals about, given what we know about the Denver Nuggets and what's in front of them down the backstretch of this season heading into the playoffs, what would you get Nikola Jokic for his birthday in a basketball sense related to the Nuggets if you could only get him one thing? Since Cecil's being a curmudgeon, Kevin Kistner behind the glass. Let's start with you.
Whoa.
Behind the glass, Kevin Kistner, you get one gift and free reign to do, not free bird, but free reign to do whatever you want with it. What are you getting Jokic for his birthday?
I am getting him. Obviously, the easy answer is horses, but let's be real. How about a healthy?
Because we live in reality.
Yeah. How about a healthy Valanciunas, a healthy backup
Okay.
center going into the playoffs? That's something they've been missing for a very long time.
Hasn't it been so frustrating that, like, we have all this hype going into the season about how Jonas Valanciunas coming here and all the drama that came from that? Is he going to go play for Eurobasket over in Greece or whatever it was, to coming here and honoring his contract? He's the best backup big that the Nuggets have had maybe since Jokic held that role. I know Boogie Cousins had a good run for a short period of time, but we had all that going into the season, and we just really haven't been able to experience it as much because of all the injuries, including to Valanciunas, Cecil, than we thought we would.
Yeah. Am I out of timeout now? Can I come out of timeout?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Play my Freebird then, because I'm coming to the stage to talk about.
Chickens don't like to leave the roost, guys.
Yeah, and pigs don't sweat. You want more country knowledge?
Yes, keep them coming.
I'll keep them coming. Right. I'll keep this coming with Nikola Jokic for his birthday. For basketball terms,
It can be
health.
non-basketball terms. if you
Well,
want.
mine was giving him the horse ranch in Colorado, so he'll stay and train at altitude.
So that we don't never see him again once he's done hangs it up playing basketball.
Once he's done, so he's like, I'm done with my parade. I'm
in the
going to
off-season.
Europe. Yeah, off-season, little spot in Colorado. Got some horses for him, so he can feel, like he does at home. He's just here training at altitude. That was my answer, because with your Nikola Jokic, you could have whatever you like. Like, he can get anything in the world. So I can't say there's some sort of, like, material thing that would be something to get Nikola Jokic. But mainly it's just, please be healthy. Please be healthy for the postseason, because this team needs that first and foremost to go as far as they can go. And that's taking OKC to 7, and then we'll see what that looks like. But you don't even get there if you don't have a healthy AG, a healthy Payton Watson. And yes, Kev.
Mine was
Mr. Driver's License.
Mine was a healthy Aaron Gordon, because I think without Aaron Gordon, the Nuggets just don't have a shot at going the distance and winning an NBA championship, which, again, when we're viewing that through the lens for the Denver Nuggets of, yes, they won their first title in franchise history, and Jokic was the fulcrum that relied upon, it is going to feel very similar to how we talk about Nathan McKinnon, where if we walk away from this Jokic era of Nuggets basketball with one title, as greedy or selfish or unrealistic as it may have sounded 10 years ago, it is going to feel hollow, and it's going to prevent Jokic from sitting at the table among the NBA's great of greats, because he only has that one. And I think the Denver Nuggets have a moral, ethical, and professional responsibility to do everything within their God-given power to make sure that he gets, and the Nuggets by extension, get another title, because Nikola Jokic is maybe the most uniquely gifted basketball player on planet Earth right now. And if his legacy is held back or tainted or diminished in any way because the team and the organization wasn't able to put the pieces around him to allow him to maximize that, that's just really, really going to bother me. And you and me and many others here in the Mile High City are going to be the old men yelling at clouds 20, 30, 40 years from now, arguing why Jokic could have been the GOAT, but he got, hamstrung by his own organization, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, well, and we're the only ones that would be saying that. Because nationally, I want the narrative to change. I want the narrative to change about Nikola Jokic because he needs to be a near Mount Rushmore player when it comes to NBA history. And if he only has one ring, a lot of the nation will not necessarily forget about him, but it'll be like, how much pub or talk when we talk about all-time greats do we talk when we say Dirk Nowitzki? Mm-hmm. Is he ever brought up? And he was great. He was awesome. I'm glad he beat LeBron. See, I was rooting for the Mavs then playing against LeBron because I'm not a traitor to my country.
But he's not considered on the tier of a Tim Duncan, who has multiple rings and had that dynastic run with the Spurs.
Exactly. And Dirk was fantastic.
Yeah.
Nikola is fantastic. If he has one ring, it'll be like, and then he got one.
Prior to Jokic, Dirk was considered by many to be the
top
best
Euro.
foreign-born Euro player in NBA history.
Right.
I'm getting some responses on the RamosSala.com text line 303-713-1043 from the Tribe. Happy birthday, Jokic. In my opinion, he deserves Donovan Mitchell instead of Jamal Murray. Boy, if there was ever a year for that not to be said, it's this year. Jamal Murray having a career year.
Jamal Star.
Across the board, earning his first All-Star year. Listen, there are plenty of years in the past where that was probably fairly square in game if you wanted to talk about moves the Nuggets should make and potentially breaking up the core the way they did with MPJ, but doing it with Jamal Murray. This ain't the year for that. I was all in if the Nuggets were going to be in on the Drew Holiday sweepstakes when he was ready to leave New Orleans and ended up in Milwaukee. I was all aboard that train because I think Drew Holiday would have been a perfect pure point guard for the Nuggets in that setting. Donovan Mitchell certainly fits in that category as well. He obviously found his way to Cleveland. But I don't know, man. Jamal Murray having the year that he's having, he's been an engine for the Nuggets when they had their tires blown. They had so many injuries, and it was really a situation where, especially with Jokic out, the Nuggets and the collective, Denver sports fan base turned to Jamal and said, hey, it's time for you to be that guy. You got to, consistency and all those things. Now's the time that you need it, and he's delivered. So I'm going to disagree with Daniel in Broomfield. Love you. Appreciate you chiming in. Tribe helps tribe. But I actually think this is the one year where maybe that doesn't hold water for Jamal Murray. All right, coming up next. We got a lot. We got Team USA and Team Canada getting ready for overtime hockey. We've got Nuggets and Clippers squaring off tonight as the All-Star break is over. And we will preview a little Denver and LA coming your way next.
Should the Broncos be aggressive in the tight end market again this offseason?
I think there's some opportunities out there to kind of fix that issue if the draft is in a place where you're like, hey, I'm comfortable going up and getting Sadiq and moving up 10 spots. Like, if you're not comfortable doing that, then I think there's free agents available that would fit the bill.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Winter isn't over just yet. In Colorado, your furnace has one job: to keep you warm. If it's been a while since your last tune-up, you're rolling the dice. Stoke here. ROX Rocks Heating and Air is local and honest. Get your furnace tuned up before the cold settles back in for only $39. Call ROX Rocks Heating and Air today or schedule online. Keep your home warm, keep your family safe, but only with ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH ADH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low-T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey guys, your boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
This February, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Colorado, and you.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. 1, 2, 3. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Home stretch here on a Thursday with Dover and Cecil. Richie Carney sitting in for Josh Dover alongside Cecil Lammy, calling all wrestling superfans. We here at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan have your chance to go to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. It's the Superfan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. Here's what you're going to get if you win this wonderful prize. A pair of 2-night event tickets, round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver to Las Vegas, 2-night hotel stay, and a $500 Visa gift card just for good measure. For more information and to throw your name in the ring, enter at denversports.com/superfan. Cecil, we've got a big game coming up tonight. The first game back in action for the Denver Nuggets as they take on the LA Clippers in their first post-All-Star break action. We've got nail-biter action happening between Team USA and Team Canada, who are headed for overtime in the gold medal game on the women's side. And we've got something that I didn't quite get a chance to get to earlier that involves some potential feuding between two members of this very show.
Okay.
And it has to do with some overall NFL news coming out of the Midwest. There is growing speculation and drama about some friction between the state of Illinois and the Chicago Bears, and the possibility that the Chicago Bears may not call Chicago home for very much longer.
No way.
As they are threatening
No way.
to move 26 miles outside of the city of Chicago, but across the state line into Indiana.
Okay.
So the Chicago Bears may, for all intents and purposes, feel like the Indiana Bears if the team and the city/state can't agree on amicable terms to build a new stadium. Does that feel insane? That we're not talking about an expansion franchise. We're talking about the Chicago Bears, a marquee NFL brand.
Yes.
Potentially leaving the city of Chicago, like the Chiefs potentially threatened because of
they're one of the oldest teams in the NFL, but I'll bring up something that, is interesting, I guess. Do you know who's among the oldest teams in the NFL that has moved multiple times and had multiple different names? The Cardinals. The Cardinals were one of the original teams, and they've moved a zillion times. So does it seem odd? Yeah. This is just pandering. This is just positioning of like, you're going to help pay for it, right? It's what happens when you have ownership that's not as good as the Walton Penner Group. You get these sort of conversations like, we really don't want to move the team, but you guys got to cough up some dough to help pay for us.
It's all about funding.
You got to
and
up your
zoning.
taxes, personal seat license, whatever, like that. So Chicago is going to have the Bears. They're not going to not have the Bears. I cannot see a reality where the Bears move to Bloomington. What's the Indiana side? Would they still be the Chicago Bears?
It's Northwest Indiana.
I mean, Kansas City's technically in Missouri, right? Now the Chiefs' new stadium will actually be in Kansas.
Right.
So there's that, but that shares a state line.
You can say it will happen, it won't happen, it's highly unlikely, but it's not impossible because I'm telling you, I mean, this is straight from CBS News. On Thursday morning, Indiana lawmakers in the State House Ways and Means Committee unanimously approved an amendment to the Indiana Senate Bill 27 that would pave the way for the Bears to move to Hammond, Indiana.
Okay, the Hammond Bears.
The proposal would create a Northwest Indiana Stadium Authority with the power to issue bonds, acquire lands, and finance construction. Just minutes later, Indiana House Speaker Todd Houston announced the Bears would commit $2 billion, toward a proposed stadium project near Wolf Lake in Northwest Indiana. So again, while it would seem, and I agree with you, insane to think of the Chicago Bears, one of the most storied franchises and brands in the National Football League, to play somewhere other than Chicago at what is now Soldier Field, right? It's not impossible, and money ultimately decides most things in the business world. And I just think that this could be, while some of it could be posturing and this and that, and we're just going to try to call your bluff and publicly drag you through the mud so you ultimately, if you're Chicago/Illinois, give in.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, man, and I'm so thankful that we don't have to deal with it.
Yeah.
You think about all the discourse that came down here in Broncos country about moving the stadium to Lone Tree or to out by the airport,
right.
by the whatever
it's
it
got
is.
to be downtown.
The Gaylord? Yeah. The fact that, like, we had all the hand-wringing and the fighting and the backlash about moving the Broncos Stadium, which now might only be a few miles from where it currently sits. Imagine if we were Chicago Bears fans right now and what we might be thinking.
Imagine if this was Wyoming.
Right.
Nosing in on the territory.
It's the Cody Bears, the Cody Broncos, the Cheyenne Broncos. Yeah, and now 25
is
miles.
Damani Leach going to have a press conference about this? That press conference the other day with like no sort of information or interest. That press conference with Damani Leach is like, we're going to do something here, maybe. And I'm like, there's no rendering of the stadium. It was a bunch of big nothing burger. So is Damani going to do a press conference about the Bears now?
I guess.
Or
maybe.
it can go be another big nothing burger? Like,
I guess. I did think it was interesting, and I think
you liked the Damani Leach press conference, which was boring.
It was just a whole lot of nothing. We didn't really. There was no renderings. It's all still very hypothetical and preferred.
Right.
The stadium's going to end up.
And
at the
by the way,
yard.
they do that because then that puts public pressure on the city and the state to go, oh, you're going to do the, I assume, sewage. If it's infrastructure infrastructure stuff, I'm thinking sewage and roads. So state and city, you're going to kick in on sewage and roads, right? We're going to build everything else. You got sewage and roads. But that was also posturing. All this is with Indiana's doing this. It's just posturing to get them to pay for stuff.
Well,
That's it.
You mentioned it, right? The Chiefs are moving to Kansas. So there's precedent. It's happened. Now, in theory, there's a Kansas City.
Good thing Stan Kroenke didn't own the Bears, or he'd have them out of there already.
Hey, midnight Stan, just like Midnight Mel, right? Packed them up and moved them to the La La Land, the bright lights of L.A. But again, that's my point is, no disrespect, that's a St. Louis thing. To have your team move out of it. That's not a Chicago thing. That's a top 5 market.
Chicago's lost
in
teams
the
before.
country.
I believe the Chicago Cardinals. Weren't they the Chicago Cardinals? Like first before they were Arizona,
but
Phoenix, whatever.
You're talking in infancy stages of some of this stuff.
Sure,
the Bears
I
have
get
been
it.
established
in
Chicago for
It would
that
be like
long.
moving the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's
Yes.
just not going to happen.
The Philadelphia Eagles. Frankly, the Denver Broncos, who I know, whatever, but I don't see it happening, but I'll tell you what, if I was a Chicago Bears fan, and they might not be on like Philadelphia Eagles level where they just always have something to be mad at, I would be frustrated with the state of things. And if it continued to be smoke that built and built and built to the idea that there might be fire behind it, I would be frustrated. And I'm thankful that we don't have to deal with that here in Denver, where we have the Walton Penner family ownership group, the best ownership group, in my opinion, in professional sports, and certainly in the National Football League, regardless of the depth of their pockets.
Yeah. It's interesting what's going on with Chicago. At the end of the day, they'll figure something out. That's why I think it's a big nothing burger. It's just saber rattling to get taxes raised so they could pay for whatever part of the stadium they need to pay for.
When we're looking ahead, Cecil, to tonight's game between the Denver Nuggets and the Los Angeles Clippers, we've talked a lot of big picture stuff about the Nuggets today, about what their emphasis, priority should be going forward, what the biggest stumbling points or things that if they don't address are going to hold them back from reaching their ultimate goal of winning another championship have been. And I think we've covered a lot of ground there. Well, the evaluation period for that starts tonight against the Clippers. And I do think it's going to be interesting to see how, coming out of an All-Star break, where you've had a lot of players have the opportunity to get away, to rest, to hopefully perfect snipe from the blue line, and now it is official. They are victorious. Gold medalists for Team USA, hopefully setting some good vibes and a good precedent for the men's side, who are going to have to continue after advancing over Sweden in the quarterfinal on their pursuit of a gold medal. Man, the Olympics is so freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Like, it's best on best. It's not localized to a specific state, a region, a country. It's the world. There is no one better in the year 2026 at ice hockey for women than those women for Team USA, and they proved it today. Congratulations, man. That's awesome.
United States of America gold medal winners in women's hockey. This is fantastic. Seeing the joy on their faces, seeing the crowd going nuts. They haven't showed all the watch parties that are happening around the country, around the USA. But yeah, and you see the agony of defeat on the Canadian fans, and you see the elation, the joy, the celebration that is going on the ice right now. It's an exhilarating moment.
Hillary Knight nets the equalizer to force overtime. Megan Keller puts it through the back of the net to give Team USA the gold medal. I'm seeing it all over the RamosLaw.com text line. It's all over social media. Cue that free bird. That is never going to get old. And again, I think
what a move.
It's beautiful.
What a move.
Backhanded, right? There was not much the goaltender could do.
Watch this move. Watch this move. Look at that. Bam.
Felt like she was in halfway decent position. She just got it by her, man. Super, super cool. All right. Had to interrupt there because when you have a gold medal awarded mid-conversation, you have to hit the free bird. You have to pause. But when it comes to the Denver Nuggets, Cecil, taking on the Clippers tonight, this is the beginning of the evaluation period for how this Nuggets team is going to look and what approach they're going to take down the backstretch of their season and head for the playoffs. What do you think we will see defensively from the Denver Nuggets tonight without Aaron Gordon, without Payton Watson, with the struggle of having to defend Kawhi Leonard on that end of the court?
Who's on an absolute heater, so who in the world are you even putting on him?
That's a good point.
That's the problem. And Jamal Murray needs to stay hot from the arc. With the perimeter defense being an issue for the Clippers, that's something where the Nuggets can get over the top. If Murray is hot from the arc, Timmy hot from the arc, all those sorts of things. But defensively, you ask, what am I going to see defensively? Probably not a great effort. I don't know how an all-star break all of a sudden clicks on this Denver Nuggets defense, but I'm expecting more of the same, which is not closing out on threes, not getting the rebounds. Hopefully the turnovers are cut down. I think if there's one thing you can control here on KKFN HD1, Long On Denver, it's those turnovers. Make sure you're good with the turnovers against the Clippers, and then you'll come out on top.
Yeah, I think honestly, whether it's how are they going to specifically defend a player like Kawhi, I think from a mentality standpoint, they can't just go out there and get pushed around. I know we've talked about how injuries and depth concerns and things like that maybe have hamstrung them or given them a mentality that they can't be overly aggressive defensively because of the foul trouble that may lead to. But I think if you're trying to send a message and set a tone coming out of this All-Star break, it probably for the Nuggets starts as much on the defensive end of the court as it does anywhere else.
We'll see coming up later tonight as the drive slides in here. Phil with the USA hat on. ZB, usually you're dressed in some sort of team attire, but no USA stuff today.
No USA. Honestly, that's just not where my mind was.
Okay.
I have an event after tonight.
Okay.
Colin D. You mentioned